Chapter 1642. It was obvious he was a Saint Stage powerhouse since he was able to fly in the sky above the capital of Windfall Nation. It was obvious he was not an ordinary Saint Stage powerhouse since he dared to arrogantly say he was looking for Situ Hao in the sky above the Situ clan's estate. Otherwise he would not have dared to be so arrogant. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my Situ clan? Almost at the same time when the black-clad man's voice alerted the entire Situ clan, an angry and old voice resonated from afar. After a while, an old man appeared in front of the black-clad man. The old man was well built with white hair and a youthful face. His eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the black-clad man. "You're even wearing a mask! You're Situ Hao?" After the old man appeared, the black-clad man wearing a grimace mask asked nonchalantly. The old man's white hair was tied behind his back, giving him a sage-like appearance. His entire body exuded an otherworldly aura as well. "Who are you?" The old man with white hair and a youthful face did not answer the black-clad man. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. "Noisy!" The moment the old man's words left his mouth, the black-clad man shouted in a deep voice and raised his hand. He did not seem to have made any other movements. Immediately, a majestic force caused the space to tremble. It was like the surface of a calm lake that rippled when a rock fell. Then, it pressed down on the old man. A moment later, it pressed down on the old man. At the same time, true origin began to surge out of the old man's body as his expression turned solemn. Based on the aura of his true origin, it was obvious he was not an ordinary Saint Stage powerhouse. Boom! However, faced with the black-clad man's energy, the moment the old man's true origin surged out, it was mercilessly crushed. In just an instant, the old man's body trembled before he was sent flying. He only managed to stabilize his body after flying 100 meters away. "As refined Saint Stage! You! Who are you?" The old man spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was so wretched that he seemed to have turned into an old beggar. When he looked at the black-clad man again, his eyes were filled with dread. "Old ancestor!" Before the black-clad man could speak, another voice resonated. Following that, a middle-aged man appeared. It was none other than the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao. Based on how Situ Hao addressed the old man was obviously the old ancestor of the Situ clan. "Let me ask again, are you Situ Hao?" Although the black-clad man's face was covered by the mask, his cold eyes were exposed. When he looked at the Situ clan's ancestor, the latter felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. "Senior, I am Situ Hao." Seeing his old ancestor injured to this extent, although Situ Hao realized that the other party did not come with good intentions, he could only brace himself and come forward. His heart was filled with confusion. Based on what the old ancestor said earlier, this masked black-clad man is actually a refined Saint Stage powerhouse. That's right. The old ancestor is currently at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage. Only a powerhouse at the refined Saint Stage, or above, would be able to injure him to this extent in just a blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Situ Hao's heart could not help but tremble. Even in the entire Windfall Nation's imperial family, there were only a handful of refined Saint Stage powerhouses. In Windfall Nation, apart from the few powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, only sect leader Ziyun from Drift Blaze sect was a refined Saint Stage powerhouse. The Saint Stage was also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. Those who had just broken through to the Saint Stage were at the pristine Saint Stage. The pristine Saint Stage was divided into 4 levels, namely the early pristine Saint Stage, the intermediate pristine Saint Stage, the mastery pristine Saint Stage, and the peak of the pristine Saint Stage. After the pristine Saint Stage was the refined Saint Stage. Such powerhouses usually only existed in 6th-rate forces. Naturally, there were also some 7th-rate forces that had refined Saint Stage powerhouses. The Drift Blaze sect happened to be such a 7th-rate force. Even if there was only one 7th-rate force that had a refined Saint Stage powerhouse, it would still stand out among the other 7th-rate forces. Situ Hao himself was only at the intermediate pristine Saint Stage. He could not even be compared to the old ancestor of Situ clan, let alone a refined saint stage powerhouse who was stronger than the old ancestor of Situ clan. You're Situ Hao? The current clan leader of Situ clan? The black-clad man asked as he glanced at Situ Hao indifferently. Due to the fact that he was wearing a grimacing mask, his expression could not be seen clearly. Due to this reason, Situ Hao was very anxious. He did not know why such a refined saint stage powerhouse would come to the Situ clan to look for him. Yes. However, Situ Hao did not dare to slack off when faced with the black-clad man's question. He quickly nodded and asked anxiously, "Senior, I'm honored by your presence. May I know the reason for your visit?" At this moment, the Situ clan's ancestor, that white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion, was already standing beside Situ Hao. However, when he looked at the black-clothed man, his face was filled with fear. In the depths of his eyes there was even some fear. The other party's strength was just too strong. Even though he was a powerhouse at the peak of the pristine saint stage, he did not even have the strength to fight back when the other party made his move earlier. He's at least at the intermediate refined saint stage. He was almost certain about this. At this moment, a figure was hovering in the sky not far away. It was as though his feet were rooted to the ground. This person was none other than Situ Ho, the supreme elder of Situ clan. He had personally witnessed his own old ancestor being crushed and heavily injured by the black-clad man with just one move. At that moment, he knew he was just an ant in the other party's eyes. At the same time, he was so frightened that he could not even move his feet. This was because the other party's strength had shocked him too much. The other party's strength made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart and soul. "I heard your Situ clan has an interim advisor called Duan Lingtian?" The black-clad man asked again as he looked at Situ Hao. "You're here to look for Master Duan?" Upon hearing Situ Hao's words, Situ Hao could not help but be stunned. It did not cross his mind that this refined saint stage powerhouse was here to look for their Situ clan's former interim advisor, Duan Lingtian. Master Duan is no longer the interim advisor of our Situ clan. Situ Hao smiled wryly. "No longer the interim advisor of your Situ clan? What do you mean?" The black-clad man's eyes turned cold, and his voice turned deep. Apart from that, there was a hint of coldness in his voice that sent chills down Situ Hao's spine. "To tell you the truth, Master Duan has already left the Situ clan a few days ago." Situ Hao smiled wryly. "Left?" The black-clad man's voice turned even deeper. "Where did he go?" "Senior, I'm afraid you don't know about the 2 pieces of news that have been spreading in the capital recently, right?" Situ Hao asked. He could see that the other party was covered in dust. It was obvious that the other party had just arrived in the capital. Moreover, it was obvious that the other party did not know about the 2 pieces of news that had been spreading in the capital for the past few days. Otherwise, he would not have come to the Situ clan. "What news?" the black-clad man asked impatiently. Situ Hao panicked when he heard the impatience in the black-clad man's voice. He did not dare to dawdle and hurriedly told him about the 2 pieces of news. He told him about what had happened after Duan Lingtian had announced his departure from the Situ clan. Duan Lingtian killed Lin Dong from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan? The strongest powerhouse in the heaven ranking? When he heard this news, even the black-clothed man's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Moreover, he killed Lin Dong after he had broken through to the saint stage. The black-clad man's eyes were filled with shock when he learned about this. A saint rudiment stage martial cultivator had killed a saint stage powerhouse? Although it was a sneak attack and the saint stage powerhouse had just broken through to the saint stage, Duan Lingtian's strength still shocked him. Is he even human? This was the first thought that appeared in his mind. He had never heard of such a person in the Dao martial saint land. Killing a saint stage powerhouse with a strength that was not at the saint stage was simply heaven-defying. However, when another piece of news reached the black-clothed man's ears, the news about Lin Dong's death was thrown to the back of his mind. Devil Seal Tablet? One of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? It was used by Duan Lingtian and killed 2 saint stage devil cultivators consecutively? The black-clad man's eyes lit up when he learned about the Devil Seal Tablet. His breathing quickened. The Devil Seal tablet. That was an absolute treasure. King Qian's estate? The black-clad man left in just a blink of an eye when he found out the Devil Seal tablet was in King Qian's possession. It was as though he had vanished into thin air before Situhao's eyes. After the black-clad man left, Situhao heaved a long sigh of relief. At this moment, cold sweat was breaking out on his forehead. Since the news of King Qian swearing on the lightning penalty oath that he did not possess the Devil Seal tablet had not spread out yet, Situhao was unaware that the Devil Seal tablet was not in King Qian's possession. Otherwise, he would not have told the black-clad man that the Devil Seal tablet was in King Qian's possession. Ancestor, is he really a refined saint stage powerhouse? After taking a deep breath, Situhao could not help but look at the white-haired old man next to him, and asked carefully. Yes, he's a refined saint stage powerhouse. Moreover, he's at the intermediate refined saint stage at the very least. The old man nodded with certainty. I'm completely powerless before him. Only a powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage or above can give me this feeling. Intermediate refined saint stage? Situhao's heart jolted when he heard this. In fact, even in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there was only one intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse. He was the most powerful person in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. The black-clad man earlier was actually such a powerful person. Similar to the pristine saint stage, the refined saint stage was also divided into the early, intermediate, mastery, and peak stage. Each stage had a different strength. I can't believe there's such a pleasant surprise even though I didn't manage to find Duan Lingtian. If I can obtain the Devil Seal tablet, I'll be able to trample on that old man. I, Jing Yuan, will replace him as the new leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in Windfall Nation. Chapter 1643. The black-clad man wearing a grimace mask was none other than Jing Yuan, the second strongest powerhouse in the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in Windfall Nation. Jing Yuan's strength was only inferior to Hongjun, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in Windfall Nation. Hongjun was a devil cultivator. If Jing Yuan obtained the Devil Seal tablet, Hongjun would not be a match for him at all. Due to this reason, Jing Yuan desired the Devil Seal tablet so much. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Everyone in King Qian's estate was, naturally, powerless when faced with Jing Yuan. What a joke! Jing Yuan was a powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage. Even in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there was only one person who was qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him. In front of such a powerhouse, the group of saint stage powerhouses in King Qian's estate were as docile as a group of cats under King Qian's leadership. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Senior, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath that the Devil Seal tablet is really not in my hands. During these few days, I've thought about it carefully. It should be that the Devil Seal tablet has some other special ability that allows Duan Lingtian to retrieve it from afar. King Qian smiled wryly as he told Jing Yuan. Duan Lingtian? Jing Yuan's face that was hidden under the grimace mask turned grave immediately. His eyes gleamed coldly. Do you know where he is now? To be honest with you, Senior, we've been looking for him these few days as well. However, we didn't manage to find any clues at all. I'm guessing he must have left the capital that day. Currently, there are many people looking for him in Windfall Nation. After a while, when the news spread out, I'm afraid there will be even more people looking for him. At that time, I'm afraid there won't be a place for him in Windfall Nation. King Qian speculated. It's very likely that he'll choose to leave Windfall Nation. Jing Yuan agreed with King Qian's words. Once the news of the Devil Seal tablet spread out, it would indeed attract many powerhouses to Windfall Nation. According to what you said, Duan Lingtian cooperated and gave the Devil Seal tablet to you that day. With your relationship with him, it's impossible for him to be so kind, right? Jing Yuan asked. Yes. That Duan Lingtian wouldn't have left so easily if he had wanted to kill me and check my storage ring. Now that I think about it, he must have deliberately given me the Windfall Nation in order to attract everyone's attention, and he quietly left when everyone's attention was on me. The more King Qian thought about it, the more certain he became. This means the Devil Seal tablet must be in his hands. I'm sure. Jing Yuan's eyes flashed. He was silent for a moment, and did not speak. At this moment, King Qian and the group of Saint Stage powerhouses behind him looked anxious. They were afraid Jing Yuan would kill them if he was unhappy. They already knew Jing Yuan's strength now. When Jing Yuan arrived, Situ Ming had directly attacked Jing Yuan in order to flatter King Qian. The result was obvious. Situ Ming was killed in one move. From beginning to end, Jing Yuan did not even move at all. He just used the power of his domain to insta-kill Situ Ming. He was able to kill an intermediate pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator with such a technique. Without a doubt, Jing Yuan was a refined Saint Stage powerhouse. The group of Saint Stage powerhouses in King Qian's estate could confirm this. Due to this reason, they were well behaved in front of Jing Yuan and did not dare to cross the line. Whoosh! When King Qian and the others saw Jing Yuan suddenly raising his hand, horror dawned on them. They thought Jing Yuan was going to attack them. Senior, King Qian was just about to open his mouth and beg for mercy when he saw the scene in front of him. He knew he had misunderstood the situation. The black-clad man wearing a grimace mask did not intend to attack them. He raised his hand and took out a rolled-up portrait. Look at this. Isn't the person in this portrait the Duan Lingtian you've seen before? As Jing Yuan spoke, he unfolded the portrait. He had copied this portrait from the portrait in the hands of the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation. It was a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. At first glance, he gave off a refreshing feeling. After unfolding the portrait, Jing Yuan looked at King Qian and asked indifferently, "Is this him?" "It's him." "That's right. It's him." King Qian quickly nodded after taking a look at it. At the same time, he took out a portrait and unfolded it. "Senior, look at this portrait of mine." After unfolding the portrait, there was also a young man in it. He was at least 90% similar to the young man in the portrait in Jing Yuan's hand. With just a glance, one could tell the two young men in the portrait were the same person. As expected. He's the person our Mountain Shade Black Market is looking for. Jing Yuan's breathing quickened when he looked at the portrait in King Qian's hand. After a few moments, Jing Yuan looked at King Qian and asked indifferently, "Do you know if Duan Lingtian has any relatives or friends in Windfall Nation?" "I only know that Duan Lingtian is very close to Situ Hang, the great young master of Situ clan. Apart from that, he brought a group of people to settle down in the Situ clan. Those people are currently staying in the Situ clan." King Qian told him everything he knew. Faced with a powerhouse like Jing Yuan, he did not dare to conceal anything, nor did he dare to exaggerate anything. Who knew if he would offend Jing Yuan or not? If Jing Yuan was unhappy and wanted to kill him, he would not know who he could turn to for help. Situ clan? Upon hearing the information King Qian provided, Jing Yuan's eyes lit up. He left King Qian's estate in a flash and came to the Situ clan again. "Senior." When Situ Hao saw the refined Saint Stage powerhouse who was wearing a grimace mask had returned, he felt anxious as well. He had a respectful expression on his face. "I heard that your son, Situ Hang, is very close to Duan Lingtian? Apart from that, Duan Lingtian even brought a group of people to settle down in the Situ clan?" Jing Yuan asked as he glanced at Situ Hao indifferently. Faced with the domineering Jing Yuan, although Situ Hao did not want his son and Duan Lingtian's relatives and friends to meet Jing Yuan, he did not have a choice at this moment. If he offended Jing Yuan, the entire Situ clan would be in danger. Fortunately, as a refined Saint Stage powerhouse, Jing Yuan did not make things difficult for Situ Hang, Bai Li Hong, and the others. After the few of them swore on the lightning penalty oath that they really did not know where Duan Lingtian was, Jing Yuan left. The lightning penalty oath was enough to prove if a person was lying or not. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely heave a sigh of relief. It was fortunate he did not tell Bai Li Hong and the others where he was going. Otherwise, they would definitely be put in a difficult position. Even if they chose to die, they would not betray him. When Jing Yuan left the capital of Windfall Nation, the news of a person who seemed to be a refined saint stage powerhouse coming to King Qian's estate and forcing King Qian to swear on the lightning penalty oath spread out. Naturally, most people's attention was on the lightning penalty oath. King Qian swore on the lightning penalty oath. King Qian swore on the lightning penalty oath that he did not obtain the Devil Seal tablet at all? Many people were stunned when they heard the news. What a joke! A few days ago, I saw Duan Lingtian passing the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian with my own eyes. King Qian had also put the Devil Seal tablet away in his spatial ring. Now King Qian is saying he did not obtain the Devil Seal tablet? Who would believe that? Some people could not help but curse out loud. Then, how do you explain the lightning penalty oath? If one goes against the lightning penalty oath, nobody will be able to escape the punishment of the lightning penalty oath. That's right. I think King Qian must be telling the truth. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the lightning penalty by now. As time passed, the news of King Qian swearing on the lightning penalty oath was verified. Even those who did not believe King Qian did not obtain the Devil Seal tablet had no choice but to accept this fact. After accepting this fact, they could not help but think of Duan Lingtian. That day, Duan Lingtian passed the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian, and King Qian put the Devil Seal tablet away in his spatial ring. At the very least, in our eyes, King Qian had put the Devil Seal tablet away. From the beginning until the end, our attention was focused on King Qian. It was to the extent that we did not notice Duan Lingtian at all. We didn't even know when Duan Lingtian left. That's right. That was indeed the case at that time. Now that I think about it, all of this must be one of Duan Lingtian's schemes. He must have a way to retrieve the Devil Seal tablet from afar. That's why he purposely created the illusion that King Qian obtained the Devil Seal tablet to divert our attention so that he could leave. If that's the case, Duan Lingtian is really terrifying. Under such circumstances, he can still think of a way to deal with it so calmly. After all, if he made a single mistake, he would have been doomed eternally. Indeed. As long as King Qian checked the spatial ring and swore on the lightning penalty oath that he did not obtain the Devil Seal tablet, everyone's attention would have shifted back to Duan Lingtian. It would have been impossible for Duan Lingtian to leave. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the capital of Windfall Nation. Many people admired Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. They knew they might not be able to escape unscathed under such circumstances. However, Duan Lingtian did it. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of everything that happened in the capital of Windfall Nation. At this moment, he had already left Windfall Nation and entered the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district. Naturally, even Windfall Nation was considered a part of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district. To be more precise, Duan Lingtian had entered the central district of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district. There were no sixth-rate saint nations here. There were only sixth-rate clans and sixth-rate sections. Naturally, the strongest force here was still the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Not only was the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion a general name for a district in the Dao Martial Saint Land, but it also represented a powerful fifth-rate force that ruled the district. Naturally, to Duan Lingtian, the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion was merely a passerby on his journey. His destination was the Green Wave Han Mansion. Similar to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, the Green Wave Han Mansion was also a powerful fifth-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land that ruled the district. So, a figure flew across the sky. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1644. When Duan Lingtian was making his way to the Green Wave Han Mansion, a piece of shocking news spread out in Windfall Nation. It did not take long before it shocked more than half of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Naturally, this was because there was not enough time. After a while, this piece of shocking news would shake the entire Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Even the regions outside of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion would be shocked. This was because this news was related to one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking, the Devil Seal Tablet. Due to the Devil Seal Tablet's special ability to suppress devil cultivators, it was one of the top weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking. Its appearance was enough to drive many people crazy. There was no lack of powerful Saint Stage Marshal and Tao cultivators among them. When the news first spread out, it said that Prince King Qian of the Windfall Nation's imperial family had obtained the Devil Seal tablet. However, another piece of news spread out. King Qian swore on the lightning penalty oath that he did not obtain the Devil Seal tablet. It was impossible for a lightning penalty oath to be false. The news of the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Lin Dong and the situation at that time spread out as well. For a time, Duan Lingtian became the target of public criticism. More than 90% of the people concluded that the Devil Seal tablet was still in Duan Lingtian's hands. However, Duan Lingtian was nowhere to be found. Even so, it could not stop the powerhouses from all over from heading to the Windfall Nation. To them, the news was spread by people. It could not be taken seriously. Only when they witnessed King Qian swore on the lightning penalty oath would they believe that he was not lying. Due to this reason, King Qian was extremely depressed for a very long time. This was because every once in a while, there would be powerful existences that he could not afford to offend who would come looking for him and ask him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. He had sworn on the same lightning penalty oath so many times that he had lost count. Fourth Imperial Highness, the Lin clan is here. King Qian, who had just sent off a powerhouse, was quickly greeted with another report. As soon as the person who reported entered the main hall, two people followed behind him. It was a middle-aged man in green robes and a white-haired old man behind him. At this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man's expression was slightly gloomy. His gaze was cold as he looked at King Qian. "You! Why did you come in by yourselves? This is King Qian's estate. How can you be so presumptuous?" At this moment, the guard from King Qian's estate who came in to report the news also noticed the two people who had followed him into the main hall. He turned around and said angrily. However, this would also be the last sentence he would say. "Humph!" Accompanied by a cold snort, the old man behind the green-robed middle-aged man moved. He raised his hand, formed a sword finger, and then pointed. Whoosh! In the next moment, a short-lived sword cry resonated in the air. A bloody hole appeared between the guard's brows before he fell to the ground, dead. "Lin! Senior Lin!" Upon seeing the green-robed middle-aged man, King Qian's face instantly turned pale. This was because he had seen this green-robed middle-aged man before. He was the third master of the Lin clan in the southern Ridge Yuan mansion, Lin Zhan. He was also Lin Dong's biological father. "Zhu Xianqing, how are you going to explain this to me? Will you be the only one to die, or will King Qian's estate die with you?" Lin Zhan's eyes gleamed coldly. His voice was so cold that it sounded as though it came from hell. It made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Even though he had 3 sons, and 2 of them were stronger than Lin Dong, he had no choice. However, Lin Dong was the most outstanding among his 3 sons. He was ranked first on the heaven ranking at such a young age and was known as the strongest person below the Saint stage in the southern Ridge Yuan mansion. Due to this reason, he did not stop Lin Dong when he said he wanted to follow Zhu Xianqing, the 4th prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, to deal with a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. In his opinion, nobody below the Saint stage was a match for his son in the southern Ridge Yuan mansion's territory. However, after a few months, the news that came from Windfall Nation caused him to truly experience pain. The youngest son he doted on the most had actually died in Windfall Nation. When he heard the news, he immediately came to Windfall Nation and King Qian's estate in the capital of Windfall Nation. His purpose was simple. He wanted to settle the score with King Qian. If King Qian did not look for his son would not have died. "Senior Lin, I'm saddened by Mr. Lin's death as well. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian would be stronger than Mr. Lin. I didn't expect he would be able to kill Mr. Lin even after Mr. Lin had broken through to the Saint stage." Although King Qian knew this moment would come sooner or later, he could not help but feel a sense of dread when it finally arrived. While King Qian was having a headache over the arrival of Lin Dong's father, Lin Zhan, many powerhouses entered Windfall Nation. Their destination was the capital of Windfall Nation. As time passed by, all of the powerhouses who left King Qian's estate began to target Duan Lingtian. Junior brother. In the Situ clan's estate, Bai Lihong had a worried expression on his face. Previously, when he saw his junior brother handing the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian, he had asked his junior brother about it. However, the answer he received was for him to watch a good show. It was only recently that he finally understood the meaning of his junior brother's words. As it turned out, his junior brother did not really give the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian. What he saw at that time was merely a smokescreen. The Devil Seal tablet was still in his junior brother's hands. Now that he found out the powerhouses from various places had begun to search for Duan Lingtian after leaving King Qian's estate, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Sema Changfeng, Chen Xiao Shuai, Xiong Quan, and the others were also worried about Duan Lingtian. In the forbidden area of Drift Blaze Sect, above the volcano where lava was gushing out, a figure suddenly walked out of the lava that was as vast as a flood. The figure was like a fire spirit that walked out of the lava without any injuries. It was a woman dressed in fiery red robes. She had a peerless appearance. The moment she appeared, it seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison. I've finally broken through. Is this the Saint stage? As the woman muttered to herself, a wave of fiery red energy suddenly surged out of her body. It emitted a scorching aura like lava. It's just like what Master said. Once I break through to the Saint stage with the cultivation method I cultivate, I'll be able to produce the fire attribute True Origin. The woman continued to murmur. Unknowingly, a smile appeared on her face. I can finally look for elder brother Duan. Yes, I'll go to father's place first. This woman who was like a fire spirit was none other than Lady Feng from Drift Blaze Sect. She was also known as Feng Tianwu. Previously, when Feng Tianwu came out of closed-door cultivation, she had already met Feng Wu Dao who stayed in Drift Blaze Sect. At that time, the father and daughter who had not seen each other for a long time were exceptionally excited. In order to stay by Duan Lingtian's side as soon as possible, Feng Tianwu accompanied her father for a period of time before she immersed herself in her cultivation. Today, she had finally broken through to the Saint stage. Due to the reason that she had been in closed-door cultivation, Feng Tianwu was unaware of what had happened outside. Coincidentally, ever since Feng Wu Dao came to Drift Blaze Sect, he had been living in seclusion, so he was unaware of what had happened outside as well. It was only until the father and daughter went to look for Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze Sect, and told her that they were going to look for Duan Lingtian that they finally learned about what had happened outside from Ziyun. The strongest powerhouse in the heaven ranking, Lin Dong from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan, challenged elder brother Duan. After learning about this, Feng Tianwu could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Although she had never had any dealings with the strongest powerhouse in the heaven ranking, she knew his strength was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not be widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse below the Saint stage in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. When Feng Tianwu learned that Duan Lingtian had transformed his territory into a sword that was much faster than Lin Dong, she smiled. I can't believe elder brother Duan is so strong. However, when she learned that Lin Dong had broken through to the Saint stage at the critical moment, horror dawned on her face. At this moment, the situation took a turn. She learned that Duan Lingtian had taken out the Devil Seal tablet at the critical moment and diverted everyone's attention, including Lin Dong. At the same time, he had killed Lin Dong. With just one sword strike, he had killed Lin Dong, who had broken through to the Saint stage. Big brother Duan's strength is actually so strong? Feng Tianwu was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Not only that, but she had also figured out that the Devil Seal tablet Duan Lingtian had taken out was the incomplete stone tablet that Duan Lingtian had lent her previously. Previously, she did not know what the Devil Seal tablet meant. However, after coming to the Dao Martial Saint land, she found out that the Devil Seal tablet was one of the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. Elder brother Duan actually gave the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian? When Feng Tianwu heard that Duan Lingtian had given the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian, she could not help but frown. Although she knew her elder brother Duan had done that for the sake of expediency, she could empathize with her elder brother Duan's reluctance. However, when she learned that King Qian did not obtain the Devil Seal tablet, and that it was most likely with her elder brother Duan, she smiled again. However, when she heard that many powerhouses were looking for her elder brother Duan with the intention of snatching the Devil Seal tablet from her elder brother Duan, she could not help but feel worried. Father, Master, I want to look for elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wu Dao and Zi Yun with a determined expression on her face. Tianwu, I know how you feel. Zi Yun shook her head. However, do you know where your elder brother Duan is right now? Before he left, he did not even inform the people around him about his whereabouts. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack if you want to look for him. Master, I want to try. Feng Tianwu had a determined expression on her face. She was most worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Before she saw Duan Lingtian, she would not be able to feel at ease. Tianwu, you should know that I told you before that you're not allowed to leave the sect before you've broken through to the saint stage. Ziyan told Feng Tianwu. Due to the uniqueness of the Blazing Phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method, Feng Tianwu's aura did not leak out even though she had already broken through to the saint stage. Chapter 1645. Tianwu, why you've broken through to the saint stage? When Ziyan sensed the aura on Feng Tianwu's body, her eyes could not help but narrow as joy appeared on her face. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded with a smile. However, a hint of worry could be seen between her brows. She was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Saint stage? Wu has broken through to the saint stage. Feng Wu Dao, who was standing by the side, was completely stunned. He stared at his daughter in a daze and could not regain his senses for a long time. Naturally, he knew very well what the saint stage meant. Although he knew his daughter was only a step away from the saint stage, his heart was still filled with shock when he learned that his daughter had already broken through to the saint stage. After all, this was his daughter whom he had watched grow up. When he recalled the past, he sighed again in his heart. At the same time, he was filled with gratitude toward Duan Lingtian. It was all because of Duan Lingtian that his daughter was able to get rid of the fire spirit body and break the shackles of fate, allowing her to achieve what she had today. Since Feng Tianwu had already broken through to the saint stage, Ziyan, naturally, no longer had an excuse to make her stay. Although she wanted to go back on her words, she did not do so in the end. This was because she knew her disciple would be disgusted if she did so. It was not a good thing for her. In order not to affect her disciple's image, she agreed to let Feng Tianwu leave. Since Feng Tianwu wanted to leave, Feng Wu Dao, naturally, did not plan to stay in the Drift Blaze sect any longer. He planned to go to the Situ clan in the capital of Windfall Nation to reunite with Bai Li Hong, Sima Chang Feng, and the others. After Feng Wu Dao and his daughter left the Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun entered the forbidden area of the Drift Blaze sect. It was the belly of an active volcano. There was a spacious secret underground chamber inside. The walls of the secret underground chamber were fiery red and emitted waves of scorching aura. However, Ziyun was not affected by the heat when she arrived here. Sect Leader Ziyun. At a corner of the secret room, the gray-clothed old woman who was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened her eyes. When she discovered that the person who came was Ziyun, she immediately got off the bed and faintly greeted her. Black Crow, I have something for you to do. Once you're done with this, you'll be free. Ziyun lightly glanced at the gray-clothed old woman and said, You're finally going to use up the promise I made to you? The gray-clothed old woman, who was also known as the Black Crow, asked in surprise. Her turbid eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. Back then, Ziyun had saved her life. She was not an ungrateful person. From that moment on, she followed Ziyun back to the Drift Blaze sect and made a promise that she would only leave the Drift Blaze sect after she had repaid Ziyun for saving her life. This wait lasted for 20 years. She naturally longed for freedom, but in her opinion, only the freedom after repaying the debt of gratitude for saving her life was what she wanted. Otherwise, she would not be able to get over the hurdle in her heart. Originally, The Black Crow thought that Ziyun would never need to use the promise she made back then because with Ziyun's strength, there was really nothing that she needed her help with. Especially in recent years, the gap between her and Ziyun had become wider. She had even prepared for the worst, which was to stay in the Drift Blaze sect for the rest of her life. Today, Ziyun's arrival was like a ray of light that shone into a dark corner, causing the Black Crow's heart that had been silent for many years to become active again. "As long as you do this well, we'll be even," Ziyun said. "Speak." The Black Crow took a deep breath and asked bluntly. No matter what the other party requested, as long as she could do it, she would not refuse. "Now that my direct disciple has left the Drift Blaze sect, she should be staying outside for a long time. I want you to stay by her side and protect her until her strength surpasses yours. At that time, we'll be even. You can leave the Drift Blaze sect and live the life you want." Ziyun did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "Is it Little Feng?" It was apparent that the Black Crow knew about Feng Tianwu. "Yes." Ziyun nodded. She has broken through to the Saint stage?" the Black Crow asked in surprise. At the same time, a hint of gentleness could be seen in her eyes. It was apparent that she had a good relationship with Feng Tianwu. Moreover, she knew the condition that Feng Tianwu had to fulfill before she could leave the Drift Blaze sect. Ziyun nodded again. "With Little Feng's innate talent, now that she has broken through to the Saint stage, I'm afraid she'll surpass me in less than 10 years. Sect leader Ziyun, do you really want me to return the favor to you like this?" The Black Crow looked at Ziyun and asked. "This is a little disadvantageous for you. As long as Tianwu is safe, it's still a gain for me." Ziyun, on the other hand, did not feel disadvantageous at all. "I understand now." The Black Crow nodded. "She just left not long ago. She should be heading to the Situ clan in the capital first. You can hide by her side. If her life is not in danger, there's no need for you to make a move. Her departure this time can be considered as a form of training for her," Ziyun said to the Black Crow. He responded and left. He left the place where he had stayed for 20 years. Naturally, Feng Tianwu did not notice the Black Crow tailing her since the gap in their strength was too wide. Even Feng Tianwu did not notice it, let alone Feng Wudao. After the father and daughter left the Drift Blaze sect, they made their way to the capital. When they arrived at the capital, they went straight to the Situ clan. When the people from the Situ clan learned that Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect had arrived, the clan leader, Situ Hao, personally came out to welcome her. It could be said that he had given the Drift Blaze sect enough face. Naturally, he did not only give face to the Drift Blaze sect, but he also gave face to Duan Lingtian, who in Windfall Nation did not know that Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect had a special relationship with their Situ clan's interim advisor, Master Duan. Bai Li Hong, Sima Chang Feng, and the others were overjoyed when they learned that Feng Wudao had returned. "Miss Tianwu." Xiong Quan and Gold Thug were a little excited when they saw Feng Tianwu again. "It's been so many years since we last met. How are both of you?" Feng Tianwu greeted both of them with a smile. Yes. Xiong Quan and Gold Thug quickly nodded. The reason Feng Tianwu left the Drift Blaze sect this time was to look for Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian did not know where Duan Lingtian had gone, she could guess what Duan Lingtian's next step was based on her understanding of some things. Sister Kerr was taken away by the people from Zoroastrianism. The Zoroastrianism is a powerful force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's not realistic for Elder Brother Duan to look for Sister Kerr. Then, Elder Brother Duan must have gone to look for Sister Feier. Sister Feier must be with Xuanai. There's a force behind Xuanai that's extraordinary in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Before Elder Brother Duan came to the Dao Martial Saint Land, he gave Elder Brother Duan a large number of 5th-grade Saint Stones and a small number of 4th-grade Saint Stones. Some of this information was already known to Feng Tianwu, while some she had just learned from Bai Li Hong and the others. After a round of speculation, she confirmed it. In this case, the force behind Xuanai must be a 5th-rate force. A 5th-rate force, Han Xuanai. With the surname Han. Although there are several dozens of fifth-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there's only one with the surname Han. The Green Wave Han Mansion. In the end, Feng Tianwu confirmed it. Green Wave Han Mansion. As intelligent as Feng Tianwu was, she quickly locked on to her target. Naturally, she did not dare to confirm it. However, even if she did not dare to confirm it, she would not miss out on such an important clue. Her thoughts were similar to Duan Lingtian's. However, although she had guessed that Duan Lingtian might have gone to the Green Wave Han Mansion, she did not tell the others, including her father. She knew very well that if she told her father, Bai Li Hong, and the others about this, it would only bring them trouble. It was not a good thing. If Duan Lingtian knew about Feng Tianwu's thoughts, he would definitely think that she was very considerate. Her thoughts were almost the same as his. After she had a target in mind, Feng Tianwu accompanied Feng Wudao for a few more days before she left the Situ clan and the capital of Windfall Nation. She headed in the northeast direction. Along the way, she had a strong feeling that she was heading in the right direction. Feng Tianwu did not notice that an old figure was tailing her from afar. Duan Lingtian? The Devil Seal Tablet? In the lair of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation, Hongjin, the leader, narrowed his eyes when he learned about the news that had spread in Windfall Nation. As a devil cultivator, apart from those who were stronger than him, the thing he feared the most was the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. The Devil Seal Tablet could kill him even if it was used by a martial or Dao cultivator whose cultivation base was a stage lower than his. Due to this reason, when he learned that the Devil Seal Tablet that had not appeared in the Dao Martial Saint Land for a long time had reappeared, his first thought was not how to get his hands on the Devil Seal Tablet. Instead, he feared the Devil Seal Tablet. I wonder if this Duan Lingtian is the Duan Lingtian that the headquarters is looking for. If the headquarters knew about the Devil Seal Tablet's whereabouts beforehand, he should be the Duan Lingtian they're looking for. Hongjin thought to himself. Soon after, Jing Yuan, whom Hongjin had sent out, returned as well. Jing Yuan, have you verified it? When Hongjin saw Jing Yuan's return, he immediately asked. Is the Duan Lingtian we're looking for the same person as the Duan Lingtian that everyone is talking about in Windfall Nation? I've verified it. They're the same person. Jing Yuan nodded. However, we don't know where he is now, and all the powerhouses are looking for him. It won't be easy for us to find him. As expected, they're the same person. Hongjin's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice. Even if we can't find him, we still have to look for him. Moreover, we must pass this news to the higher-ups. Soon after, the news about Duan Lingtian began to spread to the higher-level branch of the Mountain Shade Black Market. In the end, it reached the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. Duan Roofing's son has obtained the Devil Seal Tablet? At the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, Leader Dugu's eyes narrowed immediately when he heard the news. He was also a devil cultivator, and he feared the Devil Seal Tablet from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 1646. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that the news of him possessing the Devil Seal Tablet had spread to his father's nemesis. Currently, he had already entered the Green Wave Han Mansion's district. Along the way, he relied on the flying sword transformed from his 10,000 swords territory to travel. His speed was so fast that it was almost on par with Saint-stage powerhouses. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian did not encounter any trouble along the way. Let's find someone to ask for directions first. Although he had arrived at the Green Wave Han Mansion's district, Duan Lingtian did not know where he was. He also did not know where the fifth-rate force, Green Wave Han Mansion, was located. After descending from the sky, Duan Lingtian found a small town and asked for directions. Only then did he find out that he was currently in a sixth-rate Saint Nation in the Green Wave Han Mansion's district. This sixth-rate Saint Nation was similar to the Windfall Nation in the southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. However, Duan Lingtian was currently in one of the small towns and not the capital. For this reason, the people he encountered were at the Saint Rudiment stage at most. Just by asking for directions, Duan Lingtian discovered that he was being targeted. He was not surprised by this. This small town was located in a remote area. Usually, no one would come here. However, a stranger like him had come today. It was normal for someone to have designs on him. After activating his divine eye and discovering that the people who were targeting him were only at the Saint Rudiment stage, and the strongest was only at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Lingtian did not bother to pay attention to them. After leaving the town, he disappeared into thin air in front of those people. He disappeared? When the few Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators who were targeting Duan Lingtian and wanted to kill him and rob him saw the purple-clad young man disappear before their eyes, they broke out in cold sweat. Such speed! He's at least at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, right? A Mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator muttered. He was a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Only someone at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage could disappear before his eyes. No! He's most likely a Saint stage powerhouse. Among the few people, the strongest person narrowed his eyes and said in horror. There was a hint of fear between his brows. Boss, you don't tell me that even you couldn't capture his figure when he left? Immediately, the other people's expressions changed. In my eyes, he disappeared into thin air. Even an ordinary imminent saint stage expert wouldn't have such speed. Therefore, he's either a famous expert on the heaven ranking who excels in speed or a saint stage expert. The Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator who was addressed as boss gasped. Such a powerhouse would have definitely noticed us tailing him. Fortunately, he didn't make a fuss about it. Otherwise, none of us would have survived. For a moment, the others were speechless. If one looked closely, it was easy to see that their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Actually, killing these people was as easy as flipping his hand for Duan Lingtian. However, since Duan Lingtian's attention was on Li Fei, he did not waste any time on these people. After asking about the location of the central area of the Green Wave Han Mansion district, he headed there. When he arrived at the central area of the Green Wave Han Mansion district, his next destination was naturally the Green Wave Han Mansion, a fifth-rated force that ruled the surrounding district. To be more precise, it was the Green Wave Han Mansion's base, a place where powerhouses gathered. As a fifth-rated force, the Green Wave Han Mansion's base was naturally not a place that just anyone could find and break in. Therefore, under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian arrived at Green Wave City first. Green Wave City was the most prosperous city in the Green Wave Han Mansion district. It was also the city closest to the Green Wave Han Mansion's base. It was completely under the control of the Green Wave Han Mansion. The Green Wave Han Mansion even had a sub-mansion in this city. This sub-mansion controlled Green Wave City. The city governor of Green Wave City was the person in charge of this sub-mansion. He was also a direct descendant of the Green Wave Han Mansion. To a certain extent, the Green Wave Han Mansion could be considered as a fifth-rated clan. However, in this clan, there was a set of management methods similar to that of a sect. In the Green Wave Han Mansion, even if one's surname was not Han, as long as one's strength was strong, one would still be put in an important position. Even becoming the Green Wave Han Mansion's mansion master was not impossible. In the current Green Wave Han Mansion, among the disciples with a different surname, the most outstanding one was a beast tamer who was as close as a brother to the current mansion master. This beast tamer was also a well-known figure in the entire Green Wave Han Mansion district. All in all, as long as one had enough innate talent, one would not have to worry about being buried after entering the Green Wave Han Mansion. After arriving at Green Wave City, Duan Lingtian found an inn to stay in and stayed in the restaurant all day long. The restaurant he chose was also the most prosperous restaurant in the center of Green Wave City. Although this restaurant was very big, as long as it was mealtime, almost all the seats would be filled. It was as crowded as a marketplace. Duan Lingtian sat at a seat by the window, drinking wine and eating alone. The current Duan Lingtian might not be able to recognize him even if his acquaintances were to sit in front of him. This was because he had completely changed his face now. This was an extremely cold and stern face that invisibly exuded a cold aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. This was the face that Duan Lingtian had disguised. Of course, the disguise here was not done with any tools. It was purely a disguise that Duan Lingtian performed using a secret technique. The secret technique was something that he had asked Walao for. The principle of the secret technique was to activate the true qi to change the facial muscles to a certain extent, causing a drastic change in appearance. This kind of secret technique of disguise was more difficult to see through compared to ordinary disguises. Ordinary disguises would not be able to hide from the divine sense of a saint-stage powerhouse. Even ordinary martial cultivators and Dao cultivators would not be able to hide from them. However, the secret technique of disguise that Duan Lingtian used could easily fool even saint-stage powerhouses. Even if a saint-stage powerhouse's divine sense was wrapped around his face, they would not be able to discover anything unusual about his face. Duan Lingtian sat by the window in the restaurant, listening to the various things that the guests from all over talked about. In the past few days, he had not heard any useful news. At this time, the waiter just happened to come over and serve the dishes. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. With a raise of his hand, he took out a 5th-grade saint stone and placed it in front of the waiter. "Sir, what are you doing?" Seeing the 5th-grade saint stone, the waiter's eyes lit up. One had to know that a 5th-grade saint stone was equivalent to 3 months of his salary. "Waiter, I have something to ask you." Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice. "Please speak, sir." In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, the waiter nodded and replied through voice transmission immediately. However, his eyes did not leave the 5th-grade saint stone on the table. "Have you heard of Han Xuanai?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Miss Xuanai?" When the waiter heard Duan Lingtian's question, he could not help but be stunned. "Sir, is this your first time in the Green Wave Han Mansion? How did you know?" At this moment, it was Duan Lingtian's turn to be surprised. "Dear guest, as long as you're a resident of Green Wave City or a frequent visitor to Green Wave City, there's almost no one who doesn't know Miss Xuanai. Miss Xuanai is the eldest young miss of our Green Wave Han Mansion. She's also the only daughter of the Green Wave Han Mansion master. She's famous in the entire Green Wave Han Mansion. Very few people in the Green Wave Han Mansion district don't know about her," the waiter said. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. He suddenly felt that he had wasted a few days of his time. If he had asked someone earlier, he would have confirmed it long ago. He would not have been so anxious and unsure if Xuanai was from the Green Wave Han Mansion. "Looks like my guess is right. Xuanai is indeed from the Green Wave Han Mansion. However, I didn't expect her to be the only daughter of the Green Wave Han Mansion master, the eldest miss of the Green Wave Han Mansion." When he thought of the young lady, Duan Lingtian's gaze became gentle. "This saint stone is yours," Yifutian said. After learning that Han Xuanai was really from the Green Wave Han Mansion, Duan Lingtian already knew what to do next. Since Xuanai's identity in the Green Wave Han Mansion was so special, he could totally visit her as a friend. "Wait a minute, I'll go to the Green Wave Han Mansion's sub-mansion in Green Wave City. It doesn't matter whether I go to the Green Wave Han Mansion's estate or not. As long as Xuanai knows that I'm in Green Wave City, it'll be fine." The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. His nerves that had been on edge for a long time gradually relaxed at this moment. Initially, although he had guessed that Han Xuanai might be from the Green Wave Han Mansion, he had not confirmed it after all. For this reason, he had also endured a certain amount of pressure along the way. After all, if he had guessed wrongly, then all his efforts would have been in vain. However, now that he heard the waiter's words, he knew that his guess was right. "Thank you, sir." The waiter thanked him as he put away the saint stone. After the waiter left, Duan Lingtian drank a few more mouthfuls of wine and ate a few more mouthfuls of food before he prepared to leave. At this moment, the voices of the 3 people at the table next to him reached his ears in a timely manner. This was because they mentioned Han Xuanai. If it was before he had spoken to the waiter, Duan Lingtian would not have cared if he had heard their words. This was because at that time, he still did not know about Han Xuanai's identity in the Green Wave Han Mansion. I heard that after some time, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion will come to our Greenwave Han Mansion to marry the daughter of Lord Mansion Master. Looks like our Greenwave Han Mansion's eldest miss won't be able to inherit her father's position as Mansion Master, one of them said. I heard that even if the eldest miss marries over, she'll only be a concubine. Another person chimed in. Humph! I've long heard that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion is a womanizer by nature. He already has a wife and 5 concubines at home. I can't believe that this is the first time he has set his sights on our Greenwave Han Mansion's eldest Mississippi, the last person said indignantly. I heard that some time ago, for some reason, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion suddenly came to the Greenwave Han Mansion as a guest. After that, he took a liking to the eldest miss at first glance. That eldest miss is really unlucky. Originally, she's considered a genius in the Greenwave Han Mansion, but in front of the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, she's nothing. She can only let him do whatever he wants. Chapter 1647. Although the Greenwave Han Mansion is a fifth-rate force, and it's famous in the Debussy subterranean, it's still far from being comparable to the Rising Sky Mansion. That's right. The Rising Sky Mansion is a fourth-rate force, and its strength far surpasses the Greenwave Han Mansion. Even our Greenwave Han Mansion's Lord Mansion Master doesn't dare to act recklessly in front of the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. After all, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion represents the entire Rising Sky Mansion. The Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion has 4 children, but he only has 1 son. It's only natural that he dotes on him a lot. It's said that there's nothing the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion can't do since he was young. What a different fate. The moment he was born, he was labeled as the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Look at us, we can only rely on ourselves to fight our way through. That's right. Comparisons are odious. The 3 of them sighed emotionally when they reached the end of their conversation. They were envious of the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion's background. Rising Sky Mansion? Fourth-rate force? Duan Lingtian frowned. That Rising Sky Mansion's young mansion master has set his sights on the Greenwave Han Mansion's eldest miss. And according to what the attendant said earlier, Xuan Nai is the Greenwave Han Mansion's eldest Mississippi. In other words, he has his eyes on Xuan Nai. What a beast! He won't even let a young girl go. In Duan Lingtian's memory, Han Xuanai was still a young girl who would never grow up. She had always looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. He did not know that Han Xuanai had already broken the shackles of her cultivation method and had grown up. Fourth-rate force, Rising Sky Mansion. When Duan Lingtian left the restaurant, his heart felt heavy. A fifth-rate force was already a colossus to him, let alone a fourth-rate force. Currently, he was no longer the hothead who had just arrived at the Dao Marshal Saint Land. He had a deep understanding of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. This included the fact that the Dao Marshal Saint Land was divided into the upper and lower province. He was currently in the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. In the Debussy subterranean, a fourth-rate force was already considered a top-notch first-rate force. There were many powerhouses there, and there were even powerhouses who had surpassed the Eminent Saint stage. The Eminent Saint stage was the stage above the refined Saint stage. The most powerful person in an ordinary sixth-rate force was only at the refined Saint stage. However, in the fifth-rate forces, there were great sage realm existences. There were even existences who had surpassed the great Saint stage in the fourth-rate forces. I haven't even entered the pristine Saint stage yet. Even if I use the Devil Seal tablet, I can only kill ordinary pristine Saint stage devil cultivators. A refined Saint stage devil cultivator is enough to crush me. It seems like the most important thing now is to raise my cultivation base. As long as I take another step forward, I'll be able to successfully break through to the pristine Saint stage. On the way back to the inn, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, apart from the Devil Seal tablet, Duan Lingtian could still kill pristine Saint stage devil cultivators with the Jasper Celestial Sword. Previously, when he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, the first Saint Stage powerhouse who died under his Jasper Celestial Sword, was a supreme elder of the Moon Illumination sect who was at the early pristine Saint Stage. At that time, Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He had exhausted almost 90% of his strength before he managed to kill him with the Jasper Celestial Sword. Previously, when he faced Lin Dong, who had just broken through to the early pristine Saint stage, although Duan Lingtian had also killed him with just one strike, he had only used half of his strength. In other words, the current Duan Lingtian could use the Jasper Celestial Sword twice in a row to kill two early pristine Saint Stage powerhouses. Naturally, it was only limited to two. After killing two early pristine Saint Stage powerhouses, all of his strength would be exhausted and he would enter a weakened state. At that time, anyone would be able to kill him. If I use more than 90% of my strength and use the Jasper Celestial Sword, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill an ordinary intermediate pristine Saint Stage powerhouse. However, it's almost impossible for me to kill a mastery pristine Saint Stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian knew his own strength very well. Although the Jasper Celestial Sword was heaven-defying, it still needed to be supported by energy. The more energy he channeled into the Jasper Celestial Sword, the more powerful the Jasper Celestial Sword would be. Currently, if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his strength and spared no expense, he would only be able to kill an intermediate pristine Saint Stage powerhouse at most. However, it'll be different if I break through to the Saint Stage. At that time, it won't be difficult for me to kill a mastery pristine Saint Stage powerhouse with the Jasper Celestial Sword. I might even be able to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence in this matter. Once he broke through to the Saint Stage, not only would all of his abilities improve, but his true energy would transform into the true origin and become the Sun True Origin as well. At that time, the benefits of the enlightenment that Ho Lao gave him back then would gradually show itself. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation toward the Saint Stage. However, despite his anticipation, he was currently stuck at the last step of the imminent Saint Stage. He was only one step away from crossing the threshold and entering the Saint Stage. It was this last step that Duan Lingtian still had no clue about. Just like the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Duan Lingtian still had not found the opportunity to break through. However, Duan Lingtian still felt that his cultivation base would break through before the Sovereign Heart Sword because the Sovereign Heart Sword was just too mysterious. Until now, he still had not found the entry point for the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had returned to the inn. After returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian rested for a day before he made up his mind. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the Greenwave Han Mansion's sub-mansion in Greenwave City. At that time, I'll ask them to inform Xuanai as Xuanai's friend. If Xuanai knows that I've come to Greenwave City, she'll definitely come to see me. Now that he had made up his mind, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be completely calm because he knew the situation that Xuanai was facing was not good as well. Based on Xuanai's personality, it's impossible for her to fall for the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. She'll definitely reject this marriage. I wonder if she's already grounded in the Greenwave Han Mansion. If she's grounded, I'll have to go to the Greenwave Han Mansion personally. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he frowned. He had known Xuanai for a long time, so he knew her character very well. Xuanai had once told him that her future man would not only be strong, but he would also only have her as his woman. This was her bottom line. What Xuanai respected was the principle of monogamy. In Duan Lingtian's past life, this was not unusual. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not think that there was anything wrong with Xuanai's idea. However, in this life, Han Xuanai's idea was a little whimsical. That was because in this world, the strong were respected. It was normal for an expert to have several women at the same time, or even a dozen, as long as he could control them. Naturally, it was also because of this that Duan Lingtian felt that it was impossible for Han Xuanai to agree to the marriage with the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. I hope little Fayre is really in the Green Wave Han Mansion. If little Fayre is in the Green Wave Han Mansion, my child should have already been born. As Duan Lingtian thought about this, a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next morning, after Duan Lingtian asked for directions, he went to the Green Wave Han Mansion's sub-mansion. He heard that he was Han Xuanai's friend, the person in charge of the Green Wave Han Mansion's sub-mansion, who was also the city governor of Green Wave City, personally summoned him. The Green Wave Han Mansion's sub-mansion was also the city governor's estate of Green Wave City. It was located in the east of Green Wave City and occupied a vast area. It was not smaller than the Situ clan's estate in the capital of Windfall Nation at all. Under the lead of the city governor's estate guard, Duan Lingtian walked into the main hall of the city governor's estate and saw the city governor of Green Wave City, who was also the person in charge of the Green Wave Han Mansion's sub-mansion. A middle-aged man with a jade-like face who wore a long silver robe stood there. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, he gave Duan Lingtian a sense of pressure. You said you're the eldest Miss Friend? When the middle-aged man saw that Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all even after being locked onto by his aura, a hint of surprise flashed through the depth of his eyes. When this person walked into the main hall, he already knew that this was a young man whose cultivation base had yet to enter the saint stage. Judging by the life aura on his body, he did not seem to be more than 40 years old. He was not more than 40 years old, but his expression did not change at all even after being locked onto by his aura. Even among the younger generation in their Green Wave Han Mansion, not many people could do this. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. What's your name? The middle-aged man asked again. Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied. He did not reveal his surname because he currently had another face, and he needed another name to complement it. However, he knew that as soon as this name reached Xuanai's ears, she would be able to guess it was him immediately. Naturally, there was a reason why he had disguised himself and concealed his identity. After leaving Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian knew the truth that the Devil Seal tablet was not in King Qian's hands would be exposed. At that time, he would become the target of public criticism. At that time, everyone would think that the Devil Seal tablet was in the hands of a person called Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but those who had seen him before could also draw a portrait of him and search for him everywhere. Although the news about the Devil Seal tablet had not spread to the Green Wave Han Mansion yet. However, Duan Lingtian could foresee that it would not take long before the news about the Devil Seal tablet in his hands swept through the entire Green Wave Han Mansion's district like a hurricane. At that time, everyone in the Green Wave Han Mansion would know about Duan Lingtian and that Duan Lingtian possessed the Devil Seal tablet. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian decided to disguise himself in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Once the news about the Devil Seal tablet spread out, the powerhouses that would be attracted might even be eminent saint stage powerhouses. Before he had enough strength to protect the Devil Seal tablet, Duan Lingtian did not dare to reveal his identity easily. This was also the reason why he disguised himself and did not reveal his real name. Lingtian? What a good name! Chapter 1648. Bring me to see Xuanai? Upon hearing the Green Wave City governor's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. However, when he thought of Han Xuanai's current situation, he felt relieved again. It seemed like things might be as he had guessed. Han Xuanai was most likely grounded. Thank you, City Governor. Duan Lingtian nodded and thanked the Green Wave City Governor. If you're really a friend of the eldest miss, then you're a guest of our Green Wave Han Mansion. Naturally, I won't treat you badly, the Green Wave City Governor said. The meaning of his words was obvious. Everything was for the sake of Han Xuanai. If Duan Lingtian was not Han Xuanai's friend, he would not have bothered at all. In fact, this was understandable. As the Green Wave City Governor, the person in charge of the Green Wave Han Mansion's branch in Green Wave City, he was also an elder with a high position in the Green Wave Han Mansion. With the Green Wave Han Mansion as his backing, in addition to his own strength, it was only natural that he would have high standards but low abilities. He would not take ordinary people seriously. The reason why he treated Duan Lingtian so politely was mostly for the sake of his eldest miss, Han Xuanai. If he confirmed that Han Xuanai did not have such a friend, then he would not be so polite anymore. Not only would he not be polite, but he would also punish Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could somewhat guess the Green Wave City governor's thoughts, but he was not worried at all. This was because he did know the eldest miss of the Green Wave Han Mansion. She was Han Xuanai, the Han Xuanai who was always by his side, calling him Brother Lingtian and Brother Lingtian. City Governor, can you ask your man to pass a message to Xuanai on my behalf? Duan Lingtian believed that Han Xuanai would immediately think of him when she heard the name Lingtian. However, just in case, he decided to be fully prepared. Of course. Blue Wave City's city lord nodded in agreement. In his opinion, this was just a small matter. Tell your men to tell Xuanai that Brother Lingtian is here, Duan Lingtian said. Brother Lingtian? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Blue Wave City lord's pupils shrank slightly. To a certain extent, this kind of address also frightened him. After all, if they weren't close to each other, they wouldn't call each other that. Based on what this young man named Lingtian said, the eldest miss of their Green Wave Han Mansion actually called him Big Brother Lingtian. In that instant, his attitude underwent a complete change. Brother Lingtian, let me take you to rest first. At this time, when he greeted Duan Lingtian again, the Blue Wave City Lord's tone was much warmer. It was as though the person standing in front of him was not someone he met for the first time but an old friend he had known for many years. The change in the Blue Wave City Lord's attitude was within Duan Lingtian's expectations, so he was not surprised at all. After leaving the main hall, the Blue Wave City Lord took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Han Qing, and I'm the External Affairs Elder of the Green Wave Han Mansion. I'm usually in charge of all the affairs in Blue Wave City. If Brother Lingtian doesn't mind, you can just call me Big Brother. Calling me City Lord seems a little distant. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator who had not broken through to the saint stage, Han Qing would not call him brother at all. Even if his innate talent was very high and was not inferior to Duan Lingtian. The reason Han Qing humbled himself and called Duan Lingtian brother was mostly because of the eldest miss of their Green Wave Han Mansion, Han Xuanai. In the Green Wave Han Mansion, although he was an elder and his position was not low, compared to Han Xuanai, he was still far behind. Most importantly, he respected the mansion master of their Green Wave Han Mansion, who was also Han Xuanai's father. This was because the mansion master had once saved his life when he was young. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. Due to this reason, he also respected Han Xuanai, the daughter of the mansion master, very much. Big Brother Han Qing. Duan Lingtian had always been the kind of person who would return the favor when others were polite to him. Moreover, until now, Han Qing had always left a good impression on him. When Han Qing heard how Duan Lingtian addressed him, a smile immediately appeared on his face. In fact, after Duan Lingtian asked his man to pass on the message to Han Xuanai, he was almost 100% certain that Duan Lingtian was Han Xuanai's friend. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so presumptuously in the Green Wave City Governor's estate unless he had a death wish. However, the cold-looking purple-clad young man in front of him did not look like someone who had a death wish no matter what. Most importantly, the eldest miss of their Green Wave Han Mansion seemed to have a good relationship with this person. Due to this reason, there was a drastic change in his attitude at that moment as well. Big Brother Han Qing, although I've just arrived in Green Wave City, I've also heard that the young mansion master of Flushing Void Mansion is going to marry Xuanai. This matter. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Qing. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that Han Qing's face had turned grave. That young mansion master of Flushing Void Mansion is purely a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. He's just a playboy rich kid who's dissolute by nature. He's not worthy of the eldest miss at all, Han Qing said in a deep voice. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with this marriage. His life was saved by the mansion master of Green Wave Han Mansion. Naturally, he would stand on Han Xuanai's side in this matter. However, I heard that the Flushing Void Mansion is a fourth-rate force. I'm afraid it's not easy for the Greenwave Han Mansion to shirk away from this matter, right? Duan Lingtian asked. It's indeed very difficult to shirk away from this matter. Han Qing nodded. After taking a deep breath, he continued to say, Right now, our Greenwave Han Mansion is divided into two camps regarding this matter. One of the camps, led by Lord Mansion Master, is unwilling to agree to this marriage. The other camp, led by the Supreme Elder, wants the eldest miss to agree to this marriage so as to avoid offending the Flushing Void Mansion. Which side has the upper hand now? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. The Supreme Elder's side. A hint of anger flashed in Han Qing's eyes as he said in a deep voice. To be honest, I didn't realize there were so many cowards in our Greenwave Han Mansion in the past. Faced with the Flushing Void Mansion, each and every one of them is terrified. They're deeply afraid that the people from the Flushing Void Mansion will kill them. Aren't they ashamed of using a little girl's lifetime happiness in exchange for their own safety? Upon hearing Han Qing's words, Duan Lingtian also realized that the situation was not looking good. Big brother Han Qing, can you tell me about the situation in the Greenwave Han Mansion? Duan Lingtian asked. Brother Lingtian, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that this matter concerns some of our Greenwave Han Mansion secrets. Before the eldest miss confirms your identity, it's not appropriate for me to tell you too much. Han Qing said to Duan Lingtian apologetically. How about this? As long as the eldest miss confirms your identity, I'll tell you everything about the situation in our Greenwave Han Mansion. What do you think? Big brother Han Qing, you don't have to feel apologetic. This is human nature, and I can understand. Duan Lingtian could understand Han Qing's concerns, so he did not continue to ask. Under Han Qing's arrangement, Duan Lingtian stayed in the city governor's estate in Greenwave City. Han Qing had arranged a spacious courtyard for him. There was a spacious field in the courtyard where he could practice his martial techniques. Apart from that, there were also a few empty rooms. The room was spotless. It was obvious that someone had cleaned it regularly. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, Han Qing left. He still had something to do. Although he did not find Duan Lingtian's identity suspicious, he still had to send someone to the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate to look for the eldest miss, Han Xuanai, to confirm it just in case. After Han Qing left, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. After closing the door, he entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and continued to cultivate. It'll be great if I can make a breakthrough to the Saint stage. Who knows, I might be able to help Xuanai. When Duan Lingtian thought of Han Xuanai's current situation, his heart felt a little heavy. In his eyes, Xuanai was his sister. A sister that he needed to protect and care for. She was not much different from his biological sister. This matter concerned Xuanai's happiness. Even he was anxious. Although Xuanai's father is the Greenwave Han Mansion's mansion master, as a fifth-rated force, it's naturally impossible for the mansion master to have the final say. Unless Xuanai's father's strength is strong enough to overpower everything and everyone in the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, based on the current situation, it's obvious that Xuanai's father's strength has not reached that stage yet. When Duan Lingtian thought of Han Qing's words earlier, his heart felt even heavier as though there was a huge rock pressing on it. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian tried to calm himself down and immerse himself in his cultivation. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, a person also walked out of the Greenwave City Governor's estate. After this person left the City Governor's estate, he left Greenwave City and headed north. After spending a day and a night, he finally entered a deep mountain that was surrounded by clouds and mist. Behind the deep mountain was the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. He was from the Greenwave City Governor's estate as well as the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. Due to this reason, he did not encounter any obstacles along the way and easily arrived at the central area of the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. I'm the Deputy Commander of the Greenwave City Governor's Estate Guards. I have something to ask of the young miss of the Greenwave Han Mansion. A curly-bearded man dressed in armor who was standing outside the mansion where Han Xuanai, the Greenwave Han Mansion's young miss, lived. At once, a maid went in to report. The young miss has asked you to go in. Soon after, the maid came out again and brought the curly-bearded man in. There was a vast lake in the backyard of the mansion. There was a pavilion on one side of the lake. There was a person sitting on one side of the pavilion. It was a woman with a peerless appearance. She leaned there quietly as though everything around her paled in comparison to her beauty. However, there was a hint of worry between the woman's brows as she stared at the lake in front of her. No one knew what she was thinking about. Young Mississippi. The woman only snapped back to her senses when the maid spoke. At the same time, she looked at the curly-bearded man beside the maid and forced a smile as she asked, "Is Uncle Ching looking for me?" The other party was from the Greenwave City Governor's estate. The only person she was familiar with in the Greenwave City Governor's estate was Han Ching, who was also the city governor of Greenwave City. Yes, eldest young Mississippi. Chapter 1649. The lady leaning on the side of the pavilion was none other than the eldest miss of the Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xuanai. Unlike the Han Xuanai who always looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl in Duan Lingtian's memory, the current Han Xuanai had lost most of her childishness. It was as though she had grown up overnight and had become a great beauty. At the very least, in terms of beauty, Han Xuanai was not inferior to Ke, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu. "Uncle Ching, is there anything you need from me?" Han Xuanai asked. The curly-bearded man did not speak immediately. Instead, he glanced at the servant girl next to him. His action also expressed that it was inconvenient for him to speak in the presence of the servant girl. Of course, he could use voice transmission. However, due to the great disparity in status between him and the lady in front of him, he did not dare to communicate with her through voice transmission unless it was necessary. "You may leave." As soon as Han Xuanai spoke, the maidservant responded and retreated. At once, only Han Xuanai and the curly-bearded man were left in the backyard. "Is it very important?" Judging from the curly-bearded man's attitude earlier, Han Xuanai also knew that the matter was not simple. Before the other party could speak, she asked first. "Yes." The curly-bearded man nodded. "Since it's important, you don't have to worry. Just tell me directly through voice transmission." Although she did not know why Uncle Ching was looking for her, Han Xuanai still treated it very seriously. This was because she knew that Uncle Ching would not look for her if there was nothing important. The curly-bearded man responded again and said through voice transmission, "Eldest Miss, Lord City Governor asked me to look for you because he wants me to ask you something." "Ask me something? What is it?" Han Xuanai asked curiously. "Lord City Governor asked me to ask Eldest Miss if you know a young man named Ling Tian. That young man is not more than 40 years old." The curly-bearded man continued to speak through voice transmission. "Ling Tian." Han Xuanai's eyes had already lit up when the curly-bearded man was halfway through his sentence, and a hint of excitement appeared on her beautiful face. Ling Tian. She was no stranger to this name. It was just her brother Ling Tian's name. When she heard these two words, she immediately thought of her brother, Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian. "His name is Ling Tian? Did he mention his surname?" Han Xuanai asked. "Isn't Ling his surname?" The bearded man was stunned. "He didn't say his surname was Duan?" Han Xuanai frowned when she heard the curly-bearded man's words, but her brows quickly relaxed. Even if he did not say that his surname was Duan, she felt that he should be her brother Ling Tian. "Where is he now?" "It's in the Greenwave City Lord's mansion," the curly-bearded man said truthfully. "In the City Lord's mansion?" When Han Xuanai heard this, she immediately wanted to go to the Greenwave City Lord's mansion to meet the young man called Ling Tian to see if he was her brother Ling Tian. Although she had a strong intuition that this was her big brother Ling Tian, she still didn't dare to be 100% sure in her heart. Naturally, although Han Xuanai wanted to go to the Greenwave City Lord's mansion, she knew she could not go. Currently, although she seemed to be free, there were many powerhouses from the Greenwave Han mansion hidden around her mansion. These powerhouses were all on the side of the Supreme Elder, Han Xian, and advocated for her to be married to the young mansion master of Chong Su Mansion. There was only one purpose for them to lurk around, and that was to keep an eye on her and not let her leave. Due to this reason, she would be stopped even if she wanted to leave. Did he say anything? Han Shu and I looked at the curly-bearded man and asked excitedly. City Lord said that he has a message for you, eldest Mississippi. The curly-bearded man said again. What message? Han Shu and I's breathing became a little hurried. Brother Ling Tian is here, the curly-bearded man said. These are his exact words. Soon after, he noticed that as soon as his words left his mouth, the eldest miss in front of him froze on the spot as though someone had pressed her acupuncture point. The expression on her face froze and did not change for a long time. However, after a while, he saw the excitement in Han Shu and I's eyes and face. Looks like that person is really eldest Miss Friend. Before Han Shu and I could speak, the curly-bearded man had already thought to himself. That person claimed to be your friend, eldest Mississippi. However, the curly-bearded man still added honestly. Brother Ling Tian. When Han Shu and I heard these 4 words, she was 100% certain that the young man named Ling Tian who was currently in the city lord's estate was her brother Ling Tian. However, it did not cross her mind that her brother Ling Tian would be able to find this place. In fact, she was worried that her brother Ling Tian would feel pressured, so she had never told her brother Ling Tian that she was the eldest miss of the Green Wave Han Mansion, let alone tell him what kind of force the Green Wave Han Mansion was in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. When Han Shu and I found out that Duan Lingtian was in the Green Wave City Governor's estate, she wanted to see him immediately. However, when she thought about her current situation, she could not help but sigh in her heart. She could not get out. However, even if she could not get out, it did not mean that Duan Lingtian could not come in. For this reason, Han Shu and I quickly went to look for Qing Nu and asked her to bring Duan Lingtian to the Green Wave Han Mansion to reunite with her. Up until today, she had a lot of things to tell her brother Ling Tian. She also wanted to see her brother Ling Tian, whom she had not seen for many years. Duan Lingtian is here? When Qing Nu found out that Duan Lingtian had come to Green Wave City and was in the city governor's estate, she was quite surprised as well. Soon after, Qing Nu followed the curly-bearded man back to the Green Wave City governor's estate. Naturally, when they arrived at the city governor's estate, the first person Qing Nu went to see was the city governor of Green Wave City. Elder Han Qing. Qing Nu, you actually came personally. Looks like that brother Ling Tian of mine is indeed a friend of the eldest Mississippi. When he saw Qing Nu, before his subordinate could speak, Han Qing had already confirmed it. Where is he now? Qing Nu asked. 2 days ago, when he just arrived, I've already arranged for him to rest. Let's go! Let's go look for him together. Han Qing called out to Qing Nu and the 2 of them made their way to the courtyard where Duan Lingtian was staying. As soon as the 2 of them entered the courtyard, Duan Lingtian, who was on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, opened his eyes. Naturally, this was not a coincidence. It was because Hua Lao had informed him in time. Ever since Hua Lao's strength had recovered, he could often keep an eye on the outside of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Usually, when Duan Lingtian was cultivating, Hua Lao would keep an eye on the situation outside. As soon as there was a situation outside, he would immediately inform Duan Lingtian. For this reason, when Han Qing and Qing Nu arrived, Duan Lingtian immediately woke up from his cultivation. Although I've captured some of the profundity of the saint stage, it's still lacking a little. After waking up from his cultivation, Duan Lingtian sighed. Although he was lacking a little, it was this little bit that had become the shackle for him to break through to the saint stage. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and returned to his room. Knock! Knock! At this moment, the sound of knocking on the door resonated. When Duan Lingtian opened the door, he saw a familiar face with just a glance. It was also a face that seemed to be familiar to him. In next to no time, he reacted to the familiar face behind him. It was precisely Qing Nu who followed by Han Xuanai's side all those years ago. It was precisely Qing Nu who took Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold away. Moreover, since the 3 little fellows left that time, they revealed a strength that shocked him when they returned once more. All in all, He was very grateful to Qing Nu since she had helped the three little fellows before. Big brother Han Qing, senior Qing Nu, Duan Lingtian greeted the two of them. He was slightly excited in his heart. Seeing Qing Nu would naturally mean that he would be able to see Han Xuanai soon. The first time he came to the Green Wave Han Mansion's estate was an eye-opener for Duan Lingtian. This is the Green Wave Han Mansion, a fifth-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Looking at the estate that looked like a small country before his eyes, Duan Lingtian felt a little dazzled. His heart was filled with astonishment. A fifth-rate force was already so impressive. Then, what about a fourth-rate force or even a third-rate force, a second-rate force, and a first-rate force? Naturally, Duan Lingtian also knew that third-rate forces and above only existed in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the lower province, the fourth-rate forces reigned supreme. Naturally, the fourth-rate forces in the WCI subterranean were also divided into various grades and grades. The strongest fourth-rate forces were also called quasi-third-rate forces. In the entire WCI subterranean, quasi-third-rate forces could be counted with one's fingers. When Duan Lingtian saw Han Xuanai again, he could not help but be stunned. This was because Han Xuanai seemed to have changed into another person. Naturally, other than the fact that the childishness in her face had faded a lot, he could still recognize her. In his eyes, it was as though Xuanai had grown into an adult overnight. It was as though a budding flower bud had bloomed into a beautiful fiery red rose. The current Han Xuanai was no longer the young girl from back then. She had grown up and was a great beauty. No wonder the young mansion master of Cleansing Void Mansion would take a fancy to Xuanai. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When Duan Lingtian saw Han Xuanai, he was stunned. However, Han Xuanai was not stunned. At that instant when she saw Duan Lingtian, her heart jolted. Subsequently, as though she had found a way to vent, she flew into Duan Lingtian's arms as tears streamed down her face. Her tears were tears of grievance. During this period of time, although she had been under a lot of pressure, she did not even show it to her closest friend, Mu Shui, let alone other people. She did show it in front of her father, but she still held it in since she knew the pressure her father was under was not any less than hers. She was unwilling to get married, but how could her father be willing as well? However, at that instant when she saw Duan Lingtian, she seemed to have completely let go of her shackles. She threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms and let her tears flow freely. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's arms seemed to have become her harbor where she could vent her grievances. Xuanai. Chapter 1650. Ever since he had known Han Xuanai, this was the first time Duan Lingtian had seen Han Xuanai in such a state. Author's note, in his eyes, Han Xuanai had always been an optimistic, cheerful, and lively girl. However, when he saw Han Xuanai again, she gave him a strange feeling. It was obvious all of this had something to do with the marriage proposal from the young mansion master of Flushing Void Mansion. Flushing Void Mansion! When Duan Lingtian saw the girl whom he regarded as his biological sister so sad, he could not help but be enraged. If it was possible, he wished he could annihilate the Flushing Void Mansion so that Xuanai could return to being a carefree girl again. However, he also knew that with his current strength, let alone annihilating the Flushing Void Mansion, even a random powerhouse from the Flushing Void Mansion would be able to kill him with a flip of his hand. Even if he had the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand, he still had the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was only useful against devil cultivators. With his current strength, even if he fully activated the Jasper Celestial Sword, he could only kill an intermediate pristine Saint Stage Martial, or Dao cultivator at most. This little bit of strength was nothing in the Green Wave Han Mansion, let alone the Flushing Void Mansion that was much more powerful than the Green Wave Han Mansion. When Duan Lingtian came to the Green Wave Han Mansion, he wanted to know if his fiancée, Li Fei, was in the Green Wave Han Mansion. He had also planned to ask Xuanai about this as soon as he saw her. However, Xuanai's loss of composure and Xuanai's sadness made him unable to ask. He could only comfort Xuanai softly. The current Duan Lingtian was no longer as cold as before. When he entered the mansion where Han Xuanai was staying, he had already cast the disguising secret tactic to restore his appearance. When Qing Nu first saw him yesterday, she did not recognize him as well. However, after he reminded her through voice transmission and explained what happened when he first met her, she did not suspect his identity at all. Sigh. Qing Nu couldn't help but sigh as she watched the scene from afar. She had watched Han Xuanai grow up. In her eyes, this young miss had always been carefree until the young mansion master of Chong Su Mansion came to propose marriage. Since then, this young miss had changed. She had become taciturn, and she did not even speak much to her. Many times, she even thought of killing the young mansion master of the Chongshu Mansion. As long as the young mansion master of the Chongshu Mansion died, this marriage would naturally cease to exist. However, putting aside the fact that the vice mansion master of Chongshu Mansion was accompanied by a powerhouse whose strength far surpassed his own, it would be very difficult for her to succeed. Even if she really killed the young mansion master of Chongshu Mansion, the Green Wave Han Mansion would definitely be implicated as well. After all, she was a member of the Green Wave Han Mansion. Not only would she have to bear the responsibility for what she did, but the Green Wave Han Mansion would also have to bear the responsibility as well. In the area surrounding the Green Wave Han Mansion, who did not know that she, Qing Nu, was from the Green Wave Han Mansion? At that time, even if she announced that she was leaving the Green Wave Han Mansion, the Chong Su Mansion would definitely vent their anger on the Green Wave Han Mansion. For this reason, although Qing Nu's heart ached for Han Xuanai, there was nothing she could do about it. However, even though Qing Nu could not help Han Xuanai escape from the evil clutches of the young mansion master of Chongshu Mansion, she was still able to block the divine consciousness that was approaching them from all directions. Although she did not know why Duan Lingtian had disguised himself when he was outside, she knew Duan Lingtian would not do that for no reason. For this reason, she extended her divine consciousness out to prevent the divine consciousness of those saint stage powerhouses who were hiding in the surroundings of the mansion from getting close to them. In this way, those people who were hiding in the dark would not be able to discover Duan Lingtian's true appearance. After a long while, Han Xuanai finally left Duan Lingtian's embrace. She wiped her tears and forced a smile on her face with great difficulty. "Brother Lingtian, how did you find your way here? I wasn't sure if you were from the Green Wave Han Mansion or not. I just wanted to try my luck. As it turns out, my luck is pretty good." Duan Lingtian smiled. However, the worry in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed. "Brother Lingtian, let's go in and talk." After glancing at the surroundings of the mansion, Han Xuanai called out to Duan Lingtian before leaving the courtyard and entering the house. After entering the house, Han Xuanai closed the door behind her while Qing Nu stood guard outside like a door god, providing an absolutely safe environment for Han Xuanai and Duan Lingtian. "Xuanai, did your sister Feier and the three little fellows come to the Green Wave Han Mansion?" Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at Han Xuanai as he asked in a slightly impatient manner. "Yes." Han Xuanai nodded. "Then where's your sister Feier now? Is she in your mansion?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. His face was filled with eagerness as though he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly to Li Fei's side immediately. "She was here before, but now—" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Xuanai smiled wryly. Before she could finish her sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted her. "What happened now?" At that moment, Duan Lingtian frowned. "Brother Lingtian, Sister Feier was taken away by your father's men not long after she gave birth to the child." When Han Xuanai said this, a hint of doubt appeared on her face. "Brother Lingtian, who exactly is your father?" "My father's men?" Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. "Xuanai, what exactly happened? Tell me clearly." Following that, under Han Xuanai's narration, Duan Lingtian also understood the ins and outs of the matter to a certain extent. "Tell Miss Xuanai that my young madam and her son have followed me home." These were the exact words of the powerhouse who took Li Fei and her son away. If he addressed Li Fei as young madam, then Duan Lingtian would be the powerhouse's young master. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's joy from knowing that he had a son was completely overshadowed by the shock brought by the mysterious powerhouse. That mysterious powerhouse could enter and leave the Green Wave Han mansion as though he was entering a place where no one could stop him. One could just imagine how powerful his strength was. Such a powerhouse as Father's man? Duan Lingtian was a little dumbfounded. He felt that this was a little too ridiculous. Although he knew that his cheapskate father had also had a fortuitous encounter back then and possessed a shocking cultivation base, he even managed to gain a foothold in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, he only thought that his cheapskate father was an ordinary martial cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint land. It did not cross his mind that his cheapskate father actually had such a powerhouse under his command. "Father, how many things are you hiding from me?" The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but smile wryly. After learning that Li Fei and her son were taken away by his cheapskate father's man, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. At the same time, he asked Han Xuanai, "Xuanai, other than calling your sister Fei a young madam, did that person say who he is?" Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with anticipation. This was because as long as he knew who the mysterious powerhouse was, perhaps he would be able to find his cheapskate father and mother and reunite with his family. "No." Han Xuanai smiled wryly. "He only said that he's from your family and did not reveal his identity." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was a little disappointed. "Brother Lingtian." Suddenly, Han Xuanai seemed to have recalled something. She wanted to say something but hesitated. "Xuanai, is there anything you want to tell me?" Duan Lingtian could see that something was amiss. "Brother Lingtian, there's something that I can't hide from you." Han Xuanai gritted her teeth and told him about how Han Jin Yen, the grandson of the Green Wave Han Mansion's supreme elder, wanted to scheme against Li Fei but was killed by the mysterious powerhouse at the critical moment. Perhaps that powerhouse has been hiding by Sister Fei's side to protect her since a long time ago. That's why he made his move when Han Jin Yen was plotting against Sister Fei. After he was exposed, he brought Sister Fei away. This was Han Xuanai's guess. Han Jin Yen! Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent at this moment. His entire body emitted waves of cold aura that made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Even Han Xuanai could not withstand the aura on Duan Lingtian's body. "Brother Lingtian's current strength is actually stronger than mine?" Han Xuanai's heart skipped a beat as a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. In fact, she was currently a Perfection Saint rudiment stage martial cultivator. However, she still felt pressured by the cold aura on her brother Lingtian's body. Although it was not as strong as a Saint stage powerhouse, it was not far off. Due to this reason, she could vaguely deduce Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. Imminent Saint stage. "Brother Lingtian, Han Jin Yen is already dead," Han Xuanai said softly, trying to wake Duan Lingtian up. Only then did Duan Lingtian return to his senses, and after taking a deep breath, he calmed his restless feelings. To him, Li Fei was his reverse scale. Anyone who dared to scheme against Li Fei would have touched his reverse scale. Every dragon had a reverse scale. Those who touched it would die. It was the same for him as well. "Xuanai, when I was in Greenwave City, I heard that the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion led a group of people to support your marriage to the young Mansion Master of Chong Su Mansion. How many Supreme Elders are there in your Greenwave Han Mansion?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Han Xuanai. "Only one." Han Xuanai's eyes gleamed sharply as she said with a grave expression, "I suspect the reason the young Mansion Master of Chong Su Mansion suddenly came to our Greenwave Han Mansion is because of Han Xian." "Han Xian?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know how to react for a moment. "Han Xian is the only Supreme Elder in our Greenwave Han Mansion. He's also Han Jin Yen's biological grandfather," Han Xuanai said. "Why do you say that?" Upon hearing that the other party was Han Jin Yen's grandfather, naturally, Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of him. However, he was curious about Han Xuanai's words. According to Han Xuanai, the reason the young Mansion Master of Chong Su Mansion came to the Greenwave Han Mansion must have something to do with Han Xian. "Our Greenwave Han Mansion has no connection with Chong Su Mansion, and the young Mansion Master of Chong Su Mansion has never come to our place before." However, not long after Han Jinyan died, the young mansion master of Chongsu Mansion came. It's fine if he came, but when he was a guest in our Green Wave Han Mansion, Han Xian pretended that he had something to tell me and called me over. When Han Shu and I reached this part of the sentence, killing intent that was directed at Han Xian began to emanate from her body. It did not cross my mind that the young mansion master of Chongsu Mansion would also be here. Now that I think about it, all of this is just a trap set up by Han Xian to target me. Chapter 1651. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Is it intentional revenge? The reason Duan Lingtian said this was, naturally, because of Han Xian's identity. Everyone, please search for the complete answer. Yes. Not only was Han Xian the supreme elder of Green Wave Han Mansion, but he was also Han Jinyan's grandfather. Han Jinyan had died in the hands of the mysterious powerhouse behind Han Xuanai's friend. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded before she said with a grave expression. When Han Xian's grandson, Han Jinyan, was still alive, he was very good to me. He treated me like his biological granddaughter. However, after Han Jinyan was killed, his attitude toward me changed. At that time, he asked me who the person who took Sister Fei away was, and I said I didn't know. Put aside the fact that I really didn't know, even if I knew, I wouldn't have told him. From then on, he became much colder to me until that time when he asked me to go to his place and meet the young mansion master of Chongsu Mansion. When Han Shu and I reached the end of her sentence, her expression turned even graver. I really can't figure it out. It's obvious that Han Jinyan was the one who sought death. To think he actually conspired against Sister Fei. He deserved to die. However, he acted as though Han Jinyan was innocent and wanted to find the mysterious powerhouse who saved Sister Fei to avenge Han Jinyan. Until now, Han Shu and I still could not figure this out. Xuanai, you're too naive. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, no matter what, Han Jinyan is still Han Xian's biological grandson. He's a very important person to him. No matter what Han Jinyan did, it doesn't change the fact that he's his biological grandson. For this reason, no matter what outrageous things Han Jinyan has done, from his perspective, it's impossible for him to think that Han Jinyan deserved to die. It's easy to say that he would place righteousness above family, but it's not that easy to do it. Duan Lingtian said. But even if he hates me, he can't do such a thing. How can he be so sure that I'll definitely marry the vice mansion master of the Chongsu Mansion? If I'd rather die than submit, I'd still infuriate the vice mansion master of the Chongsu Mansion. At that time, the Chongsu Mansion would definitely not let the Green Wave Han Mansion off. Don't tell me that the Green Wave Han Mansion is not as good as his grandson, Han Jinyan? Han Shu and I said indignantly. After hearing what Duan Lingtian said, although she could understand Han Xian's feelings, the thought of Han Xian not caring about the safety of the Green Wave Han Mansion still filled her heart with rage. Xuanai, if you think this way, it means that you've really matured. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, of course, he must have thought about what you just said. However, since he's come this far, it shows that Han Jinyan's importance to him has long surpassed the entire Green Wave Han Mansion. Not only that, but he must have thought that you wouldn't give up the entire Green Wave Han Mansion for himself. After all, you're the eldest miss of Green Wave Han Mansion, and your father is the mansion master of Green Wave Han Mansion. In the Green Wave Han Mansion, although he's the supreme elder, the decision-making power is still in the hands of your father. Just take the matter of the Chongsu Mansion's young mansion master coming to the Green Wave Han Mansion to propose marriage and specifically asking for your hand in marriage. In the entire Green Wave Han Mansion, the person in the most difficult position is your father. On one hand, he's the mansion master of Green Wave Han Mansion, so he has to think about the big picture. On the other hand, he's your father, so it's impossible for him to disregard your happiness. Marrying you to the vice mansion master of Chongsu Mansion who has a bad reputation is no different from pushing you into a fire pit. Based on the current situation, your father is a good father because he chose to stand on your side instead of compromising like the Chongsu Mansion. For the sake of your happiness, he'd rather leave the Green Wave Han mansion to fall out with the Chong Su mansion. When Duan Lingtian reached this part of the sentence, he was filled with awe. Perhaps Han Xuanai's father was not a qualified leader. However, he was definitely a qualified father. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Xuanai's face was already filled with tears unknowingly. Father. Although she already knew about the pressure her father was under, after hearing Duan Lingtian's detailed explanation, she could feel the difficulty her father was in. She could not help but feel guilty. At this moment, she made a decision in her heart. Naturally, she did not tell Duan Lingtian about this. Brother Lingtian, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold are currently in closed-door cultivation. However, if they know you're here, they'll definitely interrupt their closed-door cultivation and come out to see you. Do you need me to call them out? After circulating her true energy to evaporate the tears on her face, Han Xuanai forced a smile on her face and changed the topic to Duan Lingtian. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. We'll meet sooner or later, so there's no hurry. Right now, all his attention was on Han Xuanai. As for Li Fei and his newborn son, since he was certain they were taken away by his cheapskate father's subordinates, it meant they were safe. Perhaps Li Fei and his son had already reunited with his parents. What he was thinking about now was how he could help Han Xuanai resolve this crisis and the Green Wave Han Mansion's crisis. Naturally, if it was only to resolve the crisis for Han Xuanai, the most straightforward way was to ask Han Xuanai to leave. Duan Lingtian believed the mansion master of Green Wave Han Mansion must have made such a decision before, but he was rejected by Xuanai. The Xuanai he knew was definitely not the kind of person who would abandon her family and the Green Wave Han Mansion for herself. Brother Lingtian, Little Gold, and I returned to Half Moon Island and Cloud Continent previously, but we couldn't find you. We returned to the Dao Martial Saint Land and found the Moon Illumination sect through the clues you left behind on Cloud Continent. However, at that time, the Moon Illumination sect only existed in name. Where did you go after you left the Moon Illumination sect? Han Xuanai asked. The Moon Illumination sect only existed in name? Duan Lingtian frowned. He remembered he had only killed a Saint Stage Supreme Elder when he left the Moon Illumination sect. How did the other Saint Stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect end up like this? Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. It's said that the few Saint Stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect have all gone missing. When the news spread out, it brought about a disaster. Duan Lingtian finally understood. If that was the case, it made sense. The reason the Moon Illumination sect could establish itself in the 9 sect alliances and become a 7th-rate sect was because of the few Saint Stage powerhouses in the sect. Once the news spread out that the few Saint Stage powerhouses had all gone missing, let alone the forces that were not on good terms with the Moon Illumination sect, even the forces that were on good terms with the Moon Illumination sect would join in to get a piece of the pie. As a 7th-rate sect, although the Saint Stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect were no longer around, they still had a lot of cultivation resources. It was enough to make people jealous. However, I don't know why the few Saint Stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect have gone missing. Duan Lingtian was deeply puzzled by this. I wonder how they're doing now. After learning that the Moon Illumination sect only existed in name, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of a few acquaintances in the Moon Illumination sect. He could not help but worry about them. In response to Han Xuanai's question, Duan Lingtian told her about his trip to the Windfall Nation and his encounter in the Windfall Nation. He also told her about the incident in the Situ clan, the conflict with the Dark Nether sect, and how King Qian's estate had sent Lin Dong from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan to kill him in an attempt to snatch the Devil Seal tablet from him. Xuanai knew about the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Moreover, even if she did not know that the Devil Seal tablet was in his possession, he would not hide it from her. This was because it would not take long for the news of the Devil Seal tablet in his possession to spread to the Green Wave Han Mansion's district. At that time, she would also know about it. The Devil Seal tablet? Han Xuanai could not help but frown when she learned that it was related to the Devil Seal tablet. In fact, she had gone to Cloud Continent with Qing Nu for the Devil Seal tablet. However, Qing Nu could not find the Devil Seal tablet even after searching for many years. It was only later that she found out that the Devil Seal tablet was in the hands of this big brother Ling Tian. However, although she knew about this, she did not tell Qing Nu or her father about it. This was because she was not sure if Qing Nu and her father would be able to resist the temptation of the Devil Seal tablet. If they could not, they would definitely snatch the Devil Seal tablet from her big brother Ling Tian. At that time, the most difficult thing to do would be her. On one hand, it was her family, and on the other hand, it was her big brother Ling Tian. In order to prevent conflict between her family and her big brother Ling Tian, she chose to keep this news a secret. In this case, it won't take long for the news of big brother Ling Tian possessing the Devil Seal tablet to spread to the Green Wave Han Mansion. Han Xuanai had a worried expression on her face. Let alone the powerhouses outside, even the people from the Green Wave Han Mansion would be greedy if they found out that her big brother Ling Tian possessed the Devil Seal tablet. Don't worry, Xuanai. This time, I came to the Green Wave Han Mansion in disguise and changed my surname. In the face of Han Xuanai's worries, Duan Lingtian smiled. At the same time, he activated the disguising secret tactic. In just a blink of an eye, the muscles on his face began to twitch. After a while, his face had completely changed into a young man with a cold expression. He was completely different from the Duan Lingtian from before. Right now, I'm Lingtian, not Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied. Big brother Lingtian, you. Looking at the cold and unfamiliar face in front of her, Han Xuanai was completely taken aback. She was not unfamiliar with disguising. However, the disguising she knew required the use of props and could be seen through with spiritual energy. However, Duan Lingtian's disguising did not seem to be the kind of low-level disguising. She had witnessed the change in big brother Lingtian's face with her own eyes. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. The big brother Ling Tian in front of her had changed into another face. It was an extremely cold face. Out of curiosity, Han Xuanai reached out her hand to touch Duan Lingtian's face. However, she did not find any clues at all. In fact, even when she extended her spiritual energy, she did not notice any clues at all. This is simply unbelievable. Han Xuanai exclaimed softly. Chapter 1652. Duan Lingtian's disguising secret tactic greatly shocked Han Xuanai. Xuanai. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration as he thought of a way to deal with the marriage proposal from the Rising Void Mansion. Why don't I teach you this disguising secret tactic? After that, you can disguise yourself with a disfigured appearance, and show it to the young mansion master of the Rising Void Mansion. At that time, when he sees your disfigured appearance, he might not insist on marrying you anymore. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Han Xuanai's eyes lit up immediately. She instantly felt this was a good idea. However, when she thought about it carefully, her expression turned gloomy again. Brother Lingtian, this won't work. Moreover, this is just a temporary measure. Even if the Rising Sky Mansion's young mansion master cancels this marriage, once the matter of my disguising is exposed in the future, our Green Wave Han Mansion will suffer from the Rising Sky Mansion's revenge. Moreover, the Rising Sky Mansion has proposed to our Green Wave Han Mansion this time and has already set a date for the marriage. They have even invited many guests. For this reason, even if I disguise myself with a disfigured appearance and the Rising Sky Mansion's young mansion master is no longer interested in me, it's unlikely that the Rising Sky Mansion will cancel this marriage. After all, the date has already been set, and the guests have already been invited. No matter how ugly I am, I'll definitely make the Rising Sky Mansion's mansion master marry me. In the end, Han Xuanai had a helpless and bitter expression on her face. The Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force. Its strength was far from what their Green Wave Han Mansion could compare to. In front of the Rising Sky Mansion, even the Green Wave Han Mansion would have to tuck its tail between its legs and behave. The date of the marriage has already been set? The guests have already been invited? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave as his eyes gleamed coldly. Xuanai, when is the date set? 1 year later. Han Xuanai replied. 1 year? Duan Lingtian nodded before continuing. In this case, unless something happens to the Rising Sky Mansion's young mansion master during this period of time, the Rising Sky Mansion won't let this matter go no matter what happens to the Greenwave Han Mansion, right? Yes. Han Xuanai nodded as a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. She said resentfully, I've long heard about the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. He's not inferior to Han Jin Yen at all. It would be great if something happened to him, and he died during this year. Oh my God! At this time, Duan Lingtian did not say anything else. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Big brother Lingtian, you left a message on Cloud Continent saying that big sister Kerr was taken away by Zoroastrianism? Suddenly, Han Xuanai seemed to have thought of something and said to Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. What? Xuanai, do you know about Zoroastrianism? Looking at Xuanai's serious expression, Duan Lingtian vaguely realized that Xuanai might know about Zoroastrianism. Previously, I didn't know about Zoroastrianism as well. However, after I came back and asked Qing Nu, she gave me an ancient book that has records about Zoroastrianism. As Han Xuanai spoke, she raised her hand, and an ancient book appeared out of thin air in her hand before she passed it to Duan Lingtian. I've folded the pages that introduce Zoroastrianism, Han Xuanai said again. With the mark that Han Xuanai had folded, Duan Lingtian immediately flipped to the pages that introduced Zoroastrianism. As time passed, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. Zoroastrianism, one of the 3 great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the top force? After the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, they moved to the upper province? Duan Lingtian knew about the division of the Dao Martial Saint Land into the upper province and the lower province. He had even wondered if Zoroastrianism was a force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. To be honest, he was mentally prepared for this. He had such thoughts because when Kerr's sister took her away and revealed her identity, even Di Ju, the 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragons, had never heard of Zoroastrianism. Previously, although Duan Lingtian knew the dragons were powerful, he did not know much about dragons. It was only when he went to the Windfall Nation and stayed in the Situ clan that he read about the dragons in some of the books that were passed down in the Situ clan since ancient times. The dragons were a 4th-rate force and one of the quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy subterranean. Although a quasi-third-rate force was still a 4th-rate force to a certain extent, its strength was not something an ordinary 4th-rate force could compare to. Perhaps, it was weaker than a 3rd-rate force, but it was definitely stronger than an ordinary 4th-rate force. However, even an important person in such a force had never heard of Zoroastrianism. At that time, Duan Lingtian had already vaguely guessed Zoroastrianism was not a force in the Debussy subterranean, but a force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, although he guessed Zoroastrianism was a force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. According to the records in the book in his hand, Zoroastrianism was one of the top forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The 3 religions and 9 sects. Since ancient times, the 3 great sects had been unshakable behemoths in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Zoroastrianism was one of them. After learning about Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian's mood turned extremely gloomy. A powerful force that stood at the top of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? How did Kerr get involved with someone from Zoroastrianism? Moreover, that person is her sister. Duan Lingtian could not figure it out at all. Zoroastrianism was one of the top forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As for Kerr, she came from his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was an extremely remote place in the mortal continent, let alone the Dao Martial Saint Land. Zoroastrianism and Fresh Breeze Town were worlds apart. However, Kerr, who came from Fresh Breeze Town with him, was now involved with Zoroastrianism. The woman who looked exactly like Kerr claimed to be Kerr's sister, and claimed to be a member of Zoroastrianism. Han Xuanai was speechless when she saw the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression. She could completely understand Duan Lingtian's current feelings. Initially, she did not think much of Zoroastrianism when she did not know what kind of force it was. However, when she read the book and learned about the origin and strength of Zoroastrianism, she was stunned. Only then did she know there was such a colossus in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was one of the 3 oldest sects in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a colossus in the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, she thought if her brother Ling Tian found out the woman who took away Ker's sister came from such a force, he would definitely not be able to accept it. As it turned out, she was right. Earlier, she had thought about whether she should hide Zoroastrianism from Duan Ling Tian. However, when she thought about it, she felt it was inappropriate. After all, her brother Ling Tian would find out about it sooner or later. He had the right to know about it now. Brother Ling Tian. At this moment, it was Han Xuanai's turn to comfort Duan Ling Tian. I'm fine. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He shook his slightly dizzy head before he said to Han Xuanai, Xuanai, help me arrange a room. I want to rest. All right. Han Xuanai nodded before she personally led Duan Ling Tian to an empty room. Knowing that Duan Ling Tian was in a bad mood, Han Xuanai sensibly bade him farewell and left. When she left, her face was filled with bitterness. She suddenly felt she was in the same boat as her brother Ling Tian. When Han Xuanai thought about her current situation, she felt extremely gloomy. To be honest, if she chose to escape, she could totally leave the Green Wave Han mansion. Her father had asked her to leave previously, but she was unwilling to leave. She knew if she left, the entire Green Wave Han mansion would be implicated. She did not care about Han Xian and the others in the Green Wave Han mansion. However, it was impossible for her to not care about her father and Uncle Mu. Due to this reason, she rejected her father's suggestion and was determined to stay. I can't believe that I, Han Xuanai, would have such a day. If I had known about Han Xian's wild ambition back then, I would have just ignored him. If that was the case, I wouldn't have gone to his place, and I wouldn't have been seen by the young mansion master of Chong Su Mansion. Every time Han Xuanai thought about the incident that day, her heart was filled with regret. However, as the saying went, those closely involved cannot see clearly. Han Xuanai did not think that even if she did not go that day, Han Xian would still have a way to make the young mansion master of Chong Su Mansion interested in her. All he had to do was draw a portrait of her. After Han Xuanai left, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed in a daze. All he could think about was Ker. As time passed by, he realized it was meaningless for him to continue thinking about her. He regained his senses immediately. Ker was taken away by her sister. Her sister doesn't seem like someone who would hurt her. I can only hope that for the sake of Ker, she won't hurt the child in Ker's stomach. Until now, Duan Ling Tian still could not forget the anger on the woman's face when she found out that Ker was pregnant with his child. At that moment, it was as though she was in a hurry to kill him. Cultivate! Cultivate! When Duan Ling Tian thought about how Ker might have been taken to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, only the thought of cultivating was left in his heart. As far as he knew, one would need to have a cultivation base at the Eminent Saint stage at the very least to pass through the barrier between the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pass through. Only powerhouses at the early Eminent Saint stage or above had the ability to travel freely between the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Ker, wait for me. I'll definitely save you and our child. Duan Ling Tian did not know when, but his eyes seemed to be filled with flames. Then, with just a thought, he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I hope I can gain something from this closed-door cultivation. If I can't break through to the saint stage, I won't be able to help Xuanai at all. Duan Ling Tian was under a lot of pressure during this closed-door cultivation. Chapter 1653. Currently, although Han Xuanai was still the eldest young miss of Green Wave Han Mansion, she was also under the surveillance of a group of people led by the Supreme Elder of Green Wave Han Mansion, Han Xian. News that someone had come to Han Xuanai's mansion. Moreover, It was a man who had not left even after a month had reached Han Xian's ears. That girl, even if she's not worried about her reputation being tarnished, isn't she worried that this matter would spread out and anger the young mansion master of Rising Void Mansion? Han Xian's expression was extremely grave. Previously, he had purposely allowed the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion to meet Han Xuanai purely because Han Xuanai did not cooperate at all to help him find the culprit who killed his grandson. In the past, he had indeed been very kind to Han Xuanai. However, when he found out that his grandson's death was related to Duan Lingtian to a certain extent, he had completely thrown that little bit of affection to the back of his mind. Since Han Xuanai was unwilling to cooperate with him, he would destroy Han Xuanai. Naturally, he only wanted to destroy Han Xuanai. He did not plan to destroy the Green Wave Han Mansion. No matter what, the Green Wave Han Mansion was still a force that nurtured him. His current cultivation base was all thanks to the Green Wave Han Mansion's nurturing. Without the Green Wave Han Mansion, he, Han Xian, would not be who he was today. Moreover, Han Xian's current status was all because of the Green Wave Han Mansion. Without the Green Wave Han Mansion, he would be no different from a stray dog. Due to this reason, he had never thought of destroying the Green Wave Han Mansion. The only person he wanted to destroy was Han Xuanai because Han Xuanai did not cooperate with him to tell him who the culprit who killed his grandson was. When Han Xian heard that a stranger had come to Han Xuanai's mansion, and it was an unfamiliar young man who had stayed for a month, he could not wait to go to Han Xuanai's residence and kill the unfamiliar young man to prevent him from tarnishing Han Xuanai's reputation. He naturally didn't care about Han Xuanai's reputation. What he cared about was the safety of the Green Wave Han Mansion. If this matter were to reach the ears of the young mansion master of Chongsu Mansion, he would definitely fly into a rage and vent his anger on the Green Wave Han Mansion. At that time, the Green Wave Han Mansion would also be standing on the opposite side of the Chongsu Mansion. Once something happened to the Green Wave Han Mansion, it would be difficult for him, the Grand Supreme Elder, to escape unscathed. Timestyle_txt. Go! Warn that girl to ask that person to leave her mansion. If the young mansion master of Chongsu Mansion finds out about this, not only will she be in trouble, but the entire Green Wave Han Mansion will be in trouble as well. Han Xian looked at the green-clothed old man standing below and said in a deep voice. The green-clad old man was one of the Green Wave Han Mansion's inner mansion elders. He was usually at Han Xian's beck and call and treated Han Xian like a deity. Upon hearing Han Xian's words, he responded respectfully and went to look for Han Xuanai. Eldest Miss, you should know that not only are you the eldest miss of our Green Wave Han Mansion, but you're also the fiancée of the Chongsu Mansion's young mansion master. If people find out that you let an unfamiliar young man stay at your place, they'll definitely gossip. Once this matter reaches the ears of the Chongsu Mansion's young mansion master, I'm afraid he won't let this matter go. The green-clad old man did not beat around the bush when he saw Han Xuanai. You came here just to tell me this? Han Xuanai could not help but sneer in the face of this lackey beside Han Xian. If that's the case, please leave, Elder Ke. This Green Wave Han Mansion's inner mansion elder was called Han Ke. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, a hint of anger flashed in Han Ke's eyes. However, when he thought of Han Xuanai's identity, he did not dare to show too much of the anger in his heart. He merely said in a deep voice, Eldest Miss, I know you won't listen to me. However, even if you don't let that person leave our Green Wave Han Mansion, you should at least let him leave your mansion to avoid arousing suspicion. I'm sure I don't have to tell you what kind of consequences this news will cause if it spreads out. Don't tell me you want the Chongsu Mansion to vent their anger on our Green Wave Han Mansion, Eldest Miss? When Han Ke reached the end of his sentence, he revealed his trump card. He was not the only one who knew that Han Xuanai cared about the safety of the Green Wave Han Mansion. Even Han Xian, who stood behind him, and all of the Green Wave Han Mansion's high-ranking officials who stood on Han Xian's side knew this very well. Otherwise, Han Xuanai would have long escaped from the Green Wave Han Mansion with the help of the Green Wave Han Mansion's mansion master. If Han Xuanai wanted to leave, they would not be able to stop her at all even if they wanted to. Put everything else aside, just the strength of the Greenwave Han Mansion's mansion master alone was not inferior to Han Xian. Coupled with the beast tamer Mui by the side of the Greenwave Han Mansion's mansion master, there was no one on their side who could stop her. This time, if it was not for the fact that the matter regarding Han Xuanai was not related to the survival of the Greenwave Han Mansion, the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion would have most likely made a move to teach these people who stood against him a lesson. Scram! Han Xuanai raised her beautiful brows and shouted in a low voice. When Han Ke saw how rude Han Xuanai was, horror dawned on him right away. Without saying anything else, he waved his sleeves and left. After Han Ke left, Qin Nu appeared and sighed. Miss, actually, what he said makes sense. Why don't we arrange for him to go somewhere else? I won't let Brother Ling Tian leave. If it was any other time, Han Xuanai would definitely consider Qin Nu's suggestion. However, at this time, she rejected it without even thinking about it. Put aside the fact that he was her brother Ling Tian, it was impossible for her to chase him away. Even if he was not her brother Ling Tian, she would not let him go after Han Ke made such a scene. She knew very well who Han Ke was. She could also guess who had instructed Han Ke to appear in front of her. Are you finally panicking? Are you worried that if this matter spreads out, the young mansion master of Chongsu Mansion will be enraged and the Chongsu Mansion will deal with the Greenwave Han Mansion? Unknowingly, a sneer appeared on the corner of Han Xuanai's mouth. In the depth of her eyes, there was a cold gleam flashing in them. The only person who could make her reveal such a look was none other than the Greenwave Han Mansion's Supreme Elder, Han Xian, who had pushed her into the fire pit with one hand. On the other hand, Han Xian was instantly enraged when he heard Han Xuanai's reply from Han Ke. Don't tell me that girl is thinking of rebelling? Han Xian's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. A terrifying cold gleam could be seen in his eyes. It was as sharp as a blade, as though it could tear everything apart. Supreme Elder, what should we do now? We can't let her be so willful. If this continues, even if she didn't run away from the marriage, the Greenwave Han Mansion will be dragged down by her. Han Ke said with a worried expression. Go and investigate that person's identity first. Also, find out how he came to our Greenwave Han Mansion and what's his motive for coming to our Greenwave Han Mansion. Han Xian instructed as his eyes gleamed coldly. Han Ke responded and left. As Han Xian's subordinate and the Greenwave Han Mansion's inner mansion's elder, Han Ke naturally had his own ways to investigate Duan Lingtian's origin. Naturally, the origin he investigated was only limited to what happened after Duan Lingtian came to Greenwave City. Before this, according to his investigation, everything was blank. It was as though Duan Lingtian had appeared out of thin air in Greenwave City and appeared in the Greenwave City governor's estate. Lingtian? After Han Ke reported to Han Xian also learned about Duan Lingtian's name. Naturally, this was the name he revealed after coming to Greenwave City. It was not his full name. Someone outside? That girl's friend? Han Xian's eyes gleamed. As far as I know, other than going to the mortal continent with Qin Nu a few years ago, that girl has always stayed in the mansion and rarely goes out. Even if she goes out, she would return in a short period of time. It's impossible for her to have any friends. Since that young man is staying at her place, it means that she's very close to him. Could it be that this young man is also someone she met when she went to the mortal continent? Han Xian guessed inwardly. Unfortunately, no matter how he guessed, he could not figure it out. Back then, the woman his grandson wanted to have an affair with was the fiancée of this young man named Ling Tian. Moreover, the person who killed his grandson was also a subordinate of this young man's father. If he could figure it out, he would definitely not be able to sit still. That should be the case. Han Ke deeply agreed with Han Xian's words. No matter what, we must think of a way to make him leave. At the very least, we must make him leave that girl's mansion. Also, order someone to keep an eye on the maids in that girl's mansion. Don't let them spread rumors. If anyone dares to spread rumors, kill her. Han Xian looked at Han Ke. Yes, Supreme Elder. Han Ke replied respectfully. I guarantee that those maids won't dare to spread this matter out. Apart from that, contact the other elders and unite them to pressure the mansion master. That girl is sleeping outside in her mansion. It's a potential threat to our Greenwave Han mansion. Naturally, don't push it too hard. We're not asking that strange man to leave the Greenwave Han mansion. We just want him to leave that girl's mansion. Han Xian then said to Han Ke, right now, that girl is very disgusted with us. If we force her into a corner, she might really just leave. That's not the result that I want, and it's not the result that all of you want as well. Don't worry, Supreme Elder. I'll immediately contact the other elders and pressure the mansion master. I'm sure the mansion master will prioritize the safety of our Greenwave Han mansion when it comes to these major issues. Han Ke replied. Prioritize the safety of the Greenwave Han mansion? Han Xian smiled disdainfully. If he's concerned about the safety of the Greenwave Han mansion, he wouldn't have wanted to send that girl away. In his heart, the Greenwave Han mansion might not be as important as that girl. In the eldest Miss' heart, her father is far more important than anything, including her own happiness. Han Ke smiled as well. Due to this reason, we don't have to worry about her rejecting this marriage. What we need to do is to make the young mansion master of the Rising Sky mansion happily marry her. In this way, our Greenwave Han mansion can be considered to be related to the Rising Sky mansion from now on. Although the young mansion master of the Rising Sky mansion is a little good for nothing, he's a dragon among men. He might even become the next mansion master of the Rising Sky mansion in the future. Chapter 1654. Half an hour later, the group of Greenwave Han Mansion's high-ranking officials gathered together and went to look for the Greenwave Han Mansion's mansion master in a grandiose manner. The Greenwave Han Mansion's mansion master was a middle-aged man with a sturdy body. His face was as clear as jade, and he wore a long silver robe. Just by standing there, he emitted waves of majestic aura that pressured people. Even when the Greenwave Han Mansion's high-ranking officials such as Han Ke stood in front of him and felt his majestic aura, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The Greenwave Han Mansion's mansion master, Han Zhengtian, glanced at Han Ke and the others indifferently and asked, Elders, stewards, is there a reason why all of you came to look for me? At this moment, Han Ke and the others finally caught their breaths. Han Ke was the first to stand up and said, Lord Mansion Master, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion has already proposed marriage to our Greenwave Han Mansion. He wants to marry the eldest miss. Why? Are all of you here to persuade me to agree to this marriage? Han Zhengtian sneered. Lord Mansion Master, this is not the reason why we're here, Han Ke said. At the same time, his heart was filled with disdain. This marriage was no longer something that could be decided by Han Zhengtian alone, even though Han Xuanai was his daughter. Currently, this marriage had already been decided by the Rising Sky Mansion. Not only that, but the Rising Sky Mansion had also set the wedding date and sent out wedding invitations, inviting many guests from all over. The reason the Rising Sky Mansion did this was because they felt the Greenwave Han Mansion would not reject this marriage, and would not dare to do so. In Han Ke's opinion, the Greenwave Han Mansion was indeed so. Therefore, this marriage was not something that could be changed by Han Zhengtian alone. Unless the Rising Sky Mansion reneged on the marriage, the eldest miss of their Greenwave Han Mansion would definitely get married. It's not because of this matter? At this moment, it was Han Zhengtian's turn to be curious. Lord Mansion Master, a strange young man recently came to the eldest Miss Mansion and has been staying in the eldest Miss Mansion for a month. I'm afraid this matter will damage the eldest Miss' reputation. For this reason, we're here to ask you to persuade the eldest Miss to ask her friend to leave her mansion and arrange a place for him to stay. Han Ke explained the purpose of his visit. Han Zhengtian was a bit surprised because he didn't know that a strange young man had come to his daughter's residence. However, when he heard Han Ke's words, he couldn't help but sneer. I know my own daughter best. As for her reputation, I believe that my daughter has a clear conscience. You want me to persuade her to let her friend leave because you're worried that the young mansion master of Chongsu Mansion would be displeased, right? As he spoke, the sneer on Han Zhengtian's face deepened. If it was in the past, if Han Ke and the others dared to slander his daughter in front of him, he would have slapped them. However, today, the situation in the Green Wave Han mansion was not optimistic at all. Even if it was him, he did not dare to do anything out of line just because he was the clan leader. Han Ke and the others didn't say anything, but their expressions said it all. I'll tell all of you one more time. Although the young mansion master of Chongshu Mansion came to our Green Wave Han mansion to propose a marriage, I didn't agree to it at all. As a father, I have the right to choose my own son-in-law for my daughter. Han Zhengtian glared at them. In an instant, it was as though he had transformed into an angry Vajra. His gaze swept across Han Ke and the others, causing them to feel even more pressured. Scram! As Han Zhengtian shouted in a low voice, the air trembled and seemed to distort slightly. Boom! 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 At the same time, a rolling airwave surged out of Han Zhengtian's mouth. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded Han Ke and the others and hit them, causing them to involuntarily take a few steps back. Various expressions appeared on Han Ke and the others' faces. In the end, they did not dare to say anything and left dejectedly. To them, their mission was already completed. As for what Han Zhengtian would do next, it was not up to them to decide. Han Xian! Han Zhengtian's eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. That day, when the young mansion master of Chongshu Mansion came to the Green Wave Han Mansion to propose a marriage, Han Xian was the one who received him. Han Xian even agreed to his proposal, causing the other party to leave happily. After learning about this matter, he immediately went to look for Han Xian. After a great battle, he relied on his strength that was stronger than Han Xian and forcefully injured Han Xian. At that time, almost 80% of the Green Wave Han Mansion's high-ranking officials actually stood on Han Xian's side and supported his decision. This caused him to be unable to make a move on Han Xian for the time being. Although he was furious at Han Xian for acting on his own accord, he also knew that his daughter's fate was linked to the fate of the Green Wave Han Mansion. If his daughter did not marry, the Green Wave Han Mansion would be doomed. If his daughter married, her lifetime of happiness would be destroyed. As a father, he would also live in pain for the rest of his life. This was because he could not even protect his own daughter. Due to Han Xian's actions and the actions of almost 80% of the Green Wave Han Mansion's high-ranking officials, he had already made a decision at that time. He would not let his daughter's lifetime of happiness be destroyed just like that. He wanted his daughter to leave. As for the calamity that the Green Wave Han Mansion would face because of this, he, the mansion master of Green Wave Han Mansion, would bear it together. He did not even think that he would be able to survive after his daughter left. However, for the sake of his daughter, he was even willing to give up his life. However, it did not cross his mind that his precious daughter would actually refuse to leave. For him, his daughter was also willing to give up everything, including her lifetime of happiness. For this reason, he had not been able to calm down during this period of time. He had been constantly thinking of a way to deal with this. No matter what, he would not let his daughter jump into the fire pit. He had long heard about the character of the young mansion master of Chongshu Mansion. If his daughter married him, her life would be ruined. It seems like this is the only path I can take, Han Zhengtian muttered in his heart. The path he spoke of was to kill the young mansion master of Chongshu Mansion. He believed that with his strength, it would be easy for him to do this. As long as he's dead, the Chongshu Mansion will naturally take the initiative to cancel this marriage. However, if I want to kill him without leaving any traces behind, I'll still have to make some preparations to prevent the Chongshu Mansion from investigating me and the Green Wave Han Mansion. Han Zhengtian thought to himself. There's a strange young man in Xuanai's mansion? Not just anyone can go to her place, let alone stay overnight at her place. Who's that young man? Out of curiosity, Han Zhengtian went to Han Xuanai's mansion. Father! When Han Xuanai saw Han Zhengtian, she did not seem surprised. Han Ke and the others went to look for you, right? You're really smart, little girl. It seems like they've come to look for you before they came to look for me. A doting expression could be seen in Han Zhengtian's eyes. At the same time, he could guess that Han Ke and the others were rejected by his daughter. "Father, don't tell me you're here to persuade me as well," Han Xuanai said warily. However, as soon as these words left her mouth, she regretted it a little. This was because it was almost impossible. Her father was even willing to sacrifice his own life for her. How could he possibly persuade her to let her brother Ling Tian leave just because of what Han Ke and the others said? "You little girl." Han Zhengtian shook his head. Han Zhengtian shook his head. He naturally knew that his daughter was speaking without thinking, so he didn't take it to heart. "Father, I'm sorry." Han Xuanai took the initiative to apologize. "There's no need for apologies between us father and daughter. However, I'm very curious about who's allowed to stay in my precious daughter's mansion. As far as I know, he's the first young man who's been here as a guest, right? Moreover, he's been staying here for a month." A hint of curiosity could be seen in Han Zhengtian's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. "Father, he's the brother Ling Tian I mentioned to you before." Han Xuanai smiled. "Brother Ling Tian? The outstanding young genius from the mortal continent, Duan Ling Tian, whom you mentioned before?" Han Zhengtian asked in surprise. "Yes, that's him." Han Xuanai nodded. "But didn't he leave the Moon Illumination sect and disappear? How did he end up here?" Han Zhengtian knew a little about Duan Ling Tian. He knew he was from the mortal continent with an extraordinary innate talent. He came from a remote place in the mortal continent, and climbed to the peak of the mortal continent step by step. In the end, he even came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. To be honest, he was very interested in Duan Ling Tian. He even had the thought of recruiting him into the Green Wave Han Mansion. Unfortunately, his daughter did not bring Duan Ling Tian back with her when she went out last time. "Father, you have to promise me that you won't make things difficult for brother Ling Tian no matter what." Han Xuanai's expression suddenly turned solemn as she said to Han Zhengtian solemnly. "Silly girl, what's so serious about?" Han Zhengtian shook his head and smiled. "Father, I won't tell you if you don't promise me," Han Xuanai said solemnly. This was the first time Han Zhengtian had seen his daughter so serious. The smile on his face disappeared as he nodded. "All right, I promise you that I won't make things difficult for your brother Ling Tian no matter what. You can't snatch his things away in any way." Han Xuanai added again. "Silly girl, you're getting more and more impudent. He's just a little fellow from the mortal continent. What kind of treasure would he have that's worth me, the mansion master of Green Wave Han Mansion, snatch?" Han Zhengtian shook his head helplessly. "Promise me." However, Han Xuanai was still so serious. "All right, I promise you that I won't snatch your brother Ling Tian's things away in any way. Is that okay?" Although Han Zhengtian's tone was a little helpless, his eyes were filled with love when he looked at Han Xuanai. When Han Xuanai saw that Han Zhengtian had agreed, she heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she told him about Duan Ling Tian's experience, including the Devil Seal tablet. "Devil Seal tablet?" Han Zhengtian's eyes narrowed immediately. Chapter 1655. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was also one of the top 10 Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking. The reason it was ranked at the top was not because of how powerful the Devil Seal tablet was, but because of its effect. The Devil Seal tablet had an amazing ability to restrain devil cultivators. Due to this reason, when he found out that the Devil Seal tablet might appear in the mortal continent in the south of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he ordered Xing Nu to search for it. Unfortunately, she did not manage to find it. In the end, he could only give up. However, it did not cross his mind that the Devil Seal tablet that he asked Xing Nu to look for would actually be in the hands of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was someone his daughter met after she followed Xing Nu to the mortal continent. In other words, the news he received was true. The Devil Seal tablet was indeed in the mortal continent. However, Xing Nu did not obtain it, and it was obtained by Duan Ling Tian instead. At this moment, he finally understood why his daughter wanted his promise. It was because the Devil Seal tablet was indeed very attractive to him. Of course, compared to his daughter, the Devil Seal tablet was nothing. In his heart, his daughter was the most important thing. She was more important than anything, including his life. Girl, you're afraid I'll snatch your brother Ling Tian's Devil Seal tablet away, right? Han Zhengtian shook his head and continued. However, your brother Ling Tian's innate talent is indeed shocking. In the past, I thought he's comparable to the younger generation's geniuses in our Green Wave Han Mansion. However, it seems like I've underestimated him. I've also heard of Lin Dong, the strongest person on the heaven ranking in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. His strength is not inferior to the strongest person on the heaven ranking in our Green Wave Han Mansion. Most importantly, he actually managed to kill Lin Dong, who had broken through to the Saint stage. Just based on this alone, not only in the Ling Na Yuan Mansion, but even in our Green Wave Han Mansion and the entire lower and upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, nobody below the Saint stage is a match for him. As he spoke, Han Zhengtian's eyes lit up. Girl, I'm very interested in your brother Ling Tian. Can you introduce me to him? Father, after big brother Ling Tian came, he went into seclusion. I'm afraid he hasn't. Just as Han Xuanai shook her head and was about to say that Duan Ling Tian was still in seclusion, a voice came from outside and interrupted her. Miss, young Master Ling Tian wants to see you. It was a servant girl in Han Xuanai's mansion who was talking. Big brother Ling Tian has come out of seclusion. Hearing the servant girl's words, Han Xuanai's eyes suddenly lit up. Quickly invite him over. Looks like I'm pretty lucky. Han Zhengtian smiled. At the same time, in the depths of his eyes there was a glimmer of light mixed with some deep meaning. It was obvious that he was thinking about something. When Duan Lingtian saw Han Xuanai again, he noticed there was another person next to her. This middle-aged man who exuded a dignified aura from head to toe gave him a certain amount of pressure as well. If it was a month ago, he would have been suppressed to the point of suffocation in front of this middle-aged man. This was because the aura on this middle-aged man's body was the strongest among all the people he had ever seen. Even Qing Nu and the Greenwave City Governor could not be compared to him. Even the five-clawed golden dragon from the Dragon Clan, Di Ju, seemed to be inferior to him. When he looked at the middle-aged man again, he could vaguely see the outline of Han Xuanai's face between his eyebrows. Immediately, Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess his identity. It was the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Zhengtian. Big brother Lingtian, you've come out of seclusion. When Han Xuanai saw Duan Lingtian, her face was filled with joy. Her mood seemed to have turned for the better. Han Zhengtian was also aware of this, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded at Han Xuanai. After that, he looked at Han Zhengtian and bowed slightly. Greetings, Mansion Master Han. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not hide his true identity in front of Han Zhengtian. Haha. Good, good. Duan Lingtian, I've heard about you from Xuanai a long time ago. You've risen from the mortal continent to today. Your future is limitless. Han Zhengtian laughed and continued to say, however, since you're Xuanai's friend, there's no need for you to be so courteous in front of me. If you don't mind, you can just call me Uncle Han. Even he could not help but sigh emotionally and praise Duan Lingtian's achievements. Big brother Lingtian, your face is too cold. You should change back to your original face. I'm not used to it. I'm not used to it, Han Xuanai said to Duan Lingtian playfully. Disguise? Han Zhengtian was stunned when he heard this. In fact, when Duan Lingtian walked in, he had extended his divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian's body. What surprised him was he could not see through Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at all. Every time he tried to probe Duan Lingtian further, he would discover that Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a bottomless abyss. No matter how he extended his divine consciousness, he could not see the bottom. Although he was surprised by this, he did not think much of it. The Dao Martial Saint Land was so big that there were some secret tactics that could conceal one's cultivation base. Even an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse might not be able to see through these secret tactics. The reason Han Zhengtian was stunned was not because of this, but because of Duan Lingtian's appearance. He had probed Duan Lingtian's appearance with his divine consciousness before, but he did not see any signs of disguise. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's face had undergone a drastic change in just a blink of an eye and transformed into a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes, he was shocked again. This, he had never seen or heard of such a disguising technique before. He did not rely on any external force, and he had completely relied on his own strength to change the facial muscles. As though he had recalled something, Han Zhengtian's eyes lit up immediately. "Uncle Han!" Duan Lingtian greeted Han Zhengtian with a smile again. He admired Han Zhengtian very much. At the very least, he was a responsible man and a responsible father. He did not agree to the marriage proposal from the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion just because of the pressure the Rising Sky Mansion had given the Greenwave Han Mansion. He was a qualified father. Such a person was worthy of his respect. Then, Han Zhengtian began to chat with Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, he talked about how Han Xianai was mischievous when she was young. When Han Xianai was young, she was even more mischievous than when Duan Lingtian had just met her. She had caused a lot of trouble and made a lot of jokes. "Father, why are you always talking about me? I heard that you made grandfather worry a lot when you were young as well," Han Xianai said, unwilling to be outdone. "All right, I won't talk about you anymore." Han Zhengtian shook his head and looked at Duan Lingtian before he said, "Since you're Xuanai's friend, you can call me Uncle Han as well. If you don't mind, I'll call you Little Tian." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Naturally, he did not mind at all. "Little Tian, I heard from Xuanai about you in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. Did you really kill Lin Dong, the number one person on the heaven ranking in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion? Not only that, but you killed him after he had broken through to the Saint Stage?" Han Zhengtian asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He did not mention anything about the Devil Seal tablet because it was too sensitive. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would think too much about it. As for this question, it was also the thing that shocked him the most besides the Devil Seal tombstone. As a Saint Stage powerhouse, he naturally knew what it meant to break through to the Saint Stage. It was not a quantitative improvement, but a qualitative change. Even if a Saint Stage powerhouse had just broken through, his strength was not something a Saint Rudiment Stage Marshal or Dao Cultivator could compare to. Just like in their Greenwave Han Mansion, the number one person on the heaven ranking whose strength was not inferior to Lin Dong was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the Saint Stage in the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, a person who was completely defeated by him before he had broken through to the Saint Stage could easily defeat him once he had broken through to the Saint Stage. This was the difference between a non-Saint Stage and a Saint Stage powerhouse. Once one entered the Saint Stage, it would be another world. Due to this reason, he was still skeptical about Duan Lingtian being able to kill Lin Dong, who had broken through to the Saint Stage when his cultivation base was only at the Saint Rudiment Stage. This was just too ridiculous. "I was just lucky." Han Zhengtian was curious about this. Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all as he smiled faintly in response. As the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Zhengtian's eyes were sharp. Naturally, he could tell Duan Lingtian was not lying from Duan Lingtian's response. Due to this reason, he was even more shocked. "Although I don't know how you did it, the fact that you're able to do this is enough to prove that nobody below the Saint Stage is a match for you in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land." Han Zhengtian sighed emotionally. "Below the Saint Stage?" Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, but he did not deny it. A month ago, he might have felt smug because of Han Zhengtian's praise. However, he did not feel anything now. This was because the world below the Saint Stage was no longer his world. "Brother Lingtian, I just told my father that you have the Devil Seal tablet. You won't blame me, right?" At this moment, Han Xianai sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian nervously. "It's all right," Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission with a smile. "Since your father knows about my identity, it won't take long for him to find out that I have the Devil Seal tablet even if you don't tell him." Upon hearing this, Han Xuanai sighed in relief. "Girl, please leave for a while. I want to talk to little Tian alone." Han Zhengtian suddenly looked at Han Xuanai and motioned for her to leave first. "Father!" Upon hearing this, Han Xuanai could not help but frown. She thought her father was going to break his promise to her and make a move on her brother Ling Tian to snatch the Devil Seal tablet away. "Don't worry." Chapter 1656. When Han Xuanai saw that Han Zhengtian understood what she meant and expressed that he would not go back on his word, she felt at ease and left the room. Although she was curious why her father had asked brother Ling Tian to stay behind, based on her father's attitude, it was clear he did not want her to know about it. After Han Xuanai left, Han Zhengtian looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. "Uncle Han." Duan Lingtian looked at Han Zhengtian in confusion. He did not know why Han Zhengtian had asked him to stay behind. "Little Tian, I notice your disguising technique is very ingenious. It must be a unique disguising technique, right?" Han Zhengtian asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. He had thought Han Zhengtian had asked him to stay behind because of the Devil Seal tablet. However, it seemed like it had nothing to do with the Devil Seal tablet. He could also tell that Han Zhengtian seemed to be interested in his disguise secret technique. "I wonder if you can teach me your disguise technique?" Han Zhengtian asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. When he saw Duan Lingtian was stunned, he added, "Of course, I won't take it for free. I'll give you something else in exchange. I won't let you suffer a loss." "Uncle Han, there's no need for an exchange. You're Xuanai's father. Naturally, you're my elder as well. This is my first time here, so I didn't bring any gifts. It's not a big deal for me to teach you the disguising technique. However, I don't want anyone to know about the disguising technique. In other words, you're the only one who can learn it. As for Xuanai, I'll teach her personally when I return." Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke with a serious expression on his face. Previously, when Hualao had taught him the disguising technique, he had told him about it. The disguising technique was considered one of the most powerful secret techniques in the Devata realms. He had obtained it by chance. That disguising technique could deceive anyone in terms of appearance alone. Of course, that was only his appearance. If there were two people who were close to each other, and someone used this kind of secret technique to disguise himself as one of them without any flaws, the other person would definitely be able to see through it. This was because the closeness between them was no longer limited to appearance. "You don't have to worry about that. I can make an oath." Han Zhengtian's eyes brightened when he heard Duan Lingtian was willing to teach him the disguising secret tactic for free. He was about to prick his finger and use his blood to swear on the lightning penalty oath that would be witnessed by the 99 heavenly tribulation. "Wait!" At this moment, Duan Lingtian stopped Han Zhengtian. Han Zhengtian couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He thought that Duan Lingtian had gone back on his word. "Uncle Han, I want to know why you want to obtain my disguise technique so badly," Duan Lingtian asked solemnly as he looked at Han Zhengtian. Han Zhengtian fell silent when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Don't tell me you're thinking of killing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion?" Duan Lingtian asked again. When Han Zhengtian heard Duan Lingtian's words, even the usually calm Han Zhengtian's eyebrows twitched slightly even though his expression did not change. Duan Lingtian saw it clearly. Duan Lingtian instantly realized he had guessed correctly. He had stopped Han Zhengtian because he had thought of this. When Han Zhengtian saw the change in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he knew he had been exposed. "I don't want Xuanai to marry that good-for-nothing rich kid. Based on the current situation, this is the only way," Han Zhengtian said solemnly. When Han Zhengtian said this, it was obvious he had admitted that he wanted to disguise himself to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. "Uncle Han, I really admire you for going to this extent for Xuanai," Duan Lingtian said solemnly. "However, I want to confirm something. Even if you disguise yourself to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, can you guarantee the Rising Sky Mansion won't suspect the Greenwave Han Mansion and won't make a move on the Greenwave Han Mansion? If you have full confidence that this won't bring danger to the Greenwave Han Mansion and I'm willing to teach you the appearance-changing secret tactic. However, if you don't have full confidence, then I can't teach you the appearance-changing secret tactic. Duan Lingtian continued to say. He did not mind teaching Han Zhengtian the disguise secret tactic. No matter what, Han Zhengtian was Xuanai's father, and he had long regarded Xuanai as his biological sister. Since he loved her, he did not treat Han Zhengtian as an outsider. When Han Zhengtian heard this, he could not help but frown. Confident? Naturally, he did not. In fact, even if he disguised himself to prevent the people from the Rising Sky Mansion from finding out the Greenwave Han Mansion was related to the death of the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, the Rising Sky Mansion would not let the Greenwave Han Mansion go. They would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. To the Rising Sky Mansion, a mere fifth-rate force like the Greenwave Han Mansion was nothing. Annihilating them was a small matter that could be done with a wave of his hand. No. Faced with Duan Lingtian's burning gaze, Han Zhengtian smiled wryly and shook his head. He did not lie because he knew he would not be able to fool the young man in front of him. The young man in front of him might be young, but his wise eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, including his heart. Then please forgive me for not teaching you the disguise secret tactic, Uncle Han. Duan Lingtian said apologetically. Little Tian, I know you're thinking for my sake, but there's no turning back for this matter. Han Zhengtian said solemnly. Currently, Han Xian has represented our Greenwave Han Mansion to accept the marriage proposal from the Rising Sky Mansion. Not only that, but the Rising Sky Mansion has also set the wedding date for next year, and they've even sent out invitations to guests from afar. There's only one way to prevent this marriage from happening, and that's to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Originally, there was another way, and that was to ask that girl, Xuanai, to leave. However, that girl is too sensible, and she's unwilling to leave me. She's unwilling to put the Greenwave Han Mansion in danger because of her, so she decided to stay. Now, even I can't persuade her. Han Zhengtian smiled wryly. Actually, I've thought of using a special method to make her fall into a coma and ask someone to bring her away. However, that girl is very smart. She seemed to know I might use that method, so she swore on the lightning penalty oath right in front of me that if I did that, she wouldn't live even if she managed to escape. When Han Zhengtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of helplessness and relief could be seen in his eyes. He was helpless because his daughter did not listen to him and did not cooperate with his decision. He was relieved because his daughter had grown up and knew how to take responsibility, even if it was not a responsibility she should bear. Upon hearing Han Zhengtian's words, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. Although he had known Han Xuanai for many years, in his memory, Han Xuanai was just a young girl who had never grown up. He did not expect that at some point in time, she had already become so responsible. Due to this reason, his heart ached even more for Han Xuanai. Rising Sky Mansion. Duan Lingtian's eyes were burning with rage as though it could burn everything. I've thought about it. Han Zhengtian looked at Duan Lingtian and said, After I kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, even if the Rising Sky Mansion wants to vent their anger on the Greenwave Han Mansion, Xuanai will still be able to live. At that time, you can bring her away, and she won't be breaking her oath. For this reason, I still hope you can teach me the disguising secret tactic. No! Duan Lingtian rejected him immediately. What a joke! Han Zhengtian was planning to abandon the Greenwave Han Mansion and even him. Naturally, he would not agree to Han Zhengtian's request. Otherwise, how would he be able to face Xuanai in the future? Little Tian, you should know your disguising secret tactic is just icing on the cake. Even without your disguising secret tactic, I'll still do the same. Han Zhengtian said as he shook his head. His expression was resolute as though he had made up his mind. Uncle Han, this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Don't make a decision so easily. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. In fact, A month ago, he had thought about killing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion to help Han Xuan'ai escape from the abyss of suffering. However, when he was in closed-door cultivation, he thought about it carefully and felt something was amiss. The news of Xuan'ai's father falling out with the Supreme Elder of Green Wave Han Mansion, Han Xian, because of this marriage must have spread to the Rising Sky Mansion. If it did not affect the marriage, the Rising Sky Mansion might not make a fuss about it. However, if it did, the Rising Sky Mansion would definitely not let Han Zhengtian go. If the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion was killed at such a critical juncture, the Rising Sky Mansion would immediately suspect Han Zhengtian. At that time, not only Han Zhengtian, but the entire Green Wave Han Mansion would have to bear the wrath of the Rising Sky Mansion. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew at that time that it might not be difficult for him to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, but the consequences of killing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion was not something the Green Wave Han Mansion could bear. If it's possible, I don't want to do this as well. However, this is the only way for now, Han Zhengtian said. Duan Lingtian frowned. Is there really no other way? Duan Lingtian frowned. Is there any other way to prevent the Rising Sky Mansion from implicating the Green Wave Han Mansion after killing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? There's only one way to prevent the Rising Sky Mansion from implicating the Green Wave Han Mansion after killing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, it's not realistic. Han Zhengtian shook his head and sighed. What's the possibility? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. A year later, the Rising Sky ranking battle that's held once every 50 years will be held in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. As far as I know, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion will also participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Moreover, he's aiming to rank first in the Rising Sky ranking. The Rising Sky Mansion has set the date of his marriage with Xuan'ai to be held a month after the Rising Sky ranking battle ends. When Han Zhengtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. The Rising Sky ranking battle is held once every 50 years. Chapter 1657. Yes. Han Zhengtian nodded. The Rising Sky ranking is an extremely valuable ranking in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Only martial and Dao cultivators below the age of 50 are allowed to participate in it. Due to this reason, each person only has one chance to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle in their lifetime. There are only 10 people in the Rising Sky ranking. These 10 people's rankings will be decided during the ranking battle. They've been around for 50 years. Due to this reason, the Rising Sky ranking is a very meaningful ranking in the Rising Sky Mansion. Han Zhengtian continued to explain. Duan Lingtian finally understood. After listening to Han Zhengtian's explanation, he had a certain understanding of the Rising Sky ranking. At the same time, he knew being able to be listed in the Rising Sky ranking was a very honorable thing in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. It's precisely because the Rising Sky ranking represents the elites of the Rising Sky Mansion that even the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, values the Rising Sky ranking a lot. Moreover, the Rising Sky Mansion has set a rule many years ago that only Rising Sky Mansion's disciples who have been listed in the Rising Sky ranking are qualified to participate in the election for the next Mansion Master. Han Zhengtian said. The Mansion Master of the Rising Sky Mansion in this area wants to pass the position of Mansion Master to his son, the young Mansion Master. Due to this reason, the young Mansion Master must be ranked in the top 10 of the Rising Sky ranking. Otherwise, he's destined to miss out on the position of Mansion Master of the Rising Sky Mansion. However, although the young Mansion Master of the Rising Sky Mansion is a good-for-nothing playboy who likes to play with women, one must admit that he's a genius in the martial Dao. Although it'll be difficult for him to rank first in the Rising Sky ranking, with his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to rank in the top 3. Han Zhengtian said. Han Zhengtian continued to say. Uncle Han, why did you suddenly mention the Rising Sky ranking to me? Don't tell me the battle in the Rising Sky ranking battle doesn't involve life and death? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly with a glint in his eyes. He believed that Han Zhengtian would not mention the Rising Sky ranking for no reason, especially when he had asked Han Zhengtian if there was any other way to help Xuanai resolve this calamity without implicating the Green Wave Han Mansion. That's right. Han Zhengtian nodded. The battle for the Rising Sky ranking doesn't involve life and death. This is a rule that has been passed down since ancient times in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. The reason such a rule was set up is to allow the middle-aged people in the Rising Sky Mansion to fight with all their might. In that case, as long as someone can kill the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion during the Rising Sky ranking battle, the Rising Sky Mansion won't be implicated in the Green Wave Han Mansion? Then, the marriage between the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion and Xuanai will also come to an end. Duan Lingqian's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Han Zhengtian nodded again before a bitter expression appeared on his face. However, even if there are one or two people who are stronger than the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, they'll definitely not kill them out of respect for the Rising Sky Mansion. As for the others, they might not be a match for the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, he did not think the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion would be killed during the Rising Sky ranking battle. The reason he mentioned the Rising Sky ranking battle was to convince Duan Lingtian that apart from killing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, there was no other way to save his daughter from the Sea of Fire. Uncle Han, do you know how strong the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion is? Duan Lingtian asked. Refined Saint Stage. Han Zhengtian said solemnly. A few years ago, I heard he had broken through to the Refined Saint Stage. Now that the Rising Sky ranking battle is about to begin, the Rising Sky Mansion will definitely provide him with the best cultivation resources. For this reason, it's not impossible for him to break through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage during the Void Crush Sex ranking battle. Intermediate Refined Saint Stage. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. As far as he knew, even in a sixth-rate force, the strongest person was only at the Refined Saint Stage. A young master of a fourth-rate force who was not even 50 years old had already broken through to the Refined Saint Stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized how terrifying a fourth-rate force was. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said he'd be able to enter the top 3 during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Han Zhengtian smiled wryly. Uncle Han, apart from the age restriction, are there any other requirements to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle? Can people who are not from the Rising Sky Mansion's district participate? Duan Lingtian asked. Theoretically, as long as one is below the age of 50, anyone can participate. Naturally, people who are not from the Rising Sky Mansion's district won't participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. This is because every fourth-rate force has a similar ranking battle that is held once every 50 years. The only difference is that the time is different. Duan Lingtian nodded. And a strand of an imperceptible bright light flashed deep within his eyes. Uncle Han, do you trust me? Duan Lingtian asked suddenly as he raised his head to look at Han Zhengtian. Han Zhengtian was stunned. He did not know why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question. However, under Duan Lingtian's gaze he nodded. Although this is my first time meeting you, I've heard about you more than once from Xuanai. I know you're a trustworthy person, so I trust you. Thank you, Uncle Han. Duan Lingtian thanked him and said, Uncle Han, after I came to the Dao Martial Saint Land, I made a friend. He's not much older than me, but his strength is much higher than mine. When I first met him a few years ago, he was already at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Currently, he must have broken through to the refined saint stage. Duan Lingtian said with a burning gaze, I plan to look for him and ask him to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Boom! Duan Lingtian's words were like a bolt from the blue. It stunned Han Zhengtian. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise to him. Are you confident? Just as he had said earlier, he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. However, he was more concerned about whether Duan Lingtian's friend was stronger than the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion or not. Uncle Han, he's only a few months older than me. After a few years he must have broken through to the refined saint stage. It's not impossible for him to break through to the intermediate refined saint stage or the mastery refined saint stage. Duan Lingtian nodded confidently. His words caused Han Zhengtian's eyes to brighten immediately. He felt there was a chance. To be honest, although he had made up his mind to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he had no other choice. If there was a way to solve his daughter's problem without involving the Greenwave Han Mansion, he was, naturally, willing to give it a try. Moreover, this method was suggested by Duan Lingtian. Just as he had said, although this was his first time meeting Duan Lingtian, he already knew Duan Lingtian was a trustworthy person. Due to this reason, he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. Not only that, Duan Lingtian spoke again. However, this time, he was intentionally whetting Han Zhengtian's appetite. When he saw the curiosity in Han Zhengtian's eyes, he continued to say, I suspect he's a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy subterranean because he can easily take out many third-rate saint stones. A quasi-third-rate force. One must admit that Duan Lingtian's words shocked Han Zhengtian once again. Although a quasi-third-rate force was still a fourth-rate force to a certain extent, it was still superior to ordinary fourth-rate forces. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was powerful, it was only an ordinary fourth-rate force. Compared to a quasi-third-rate force, it was far from being comparable. The cultivation resources possessed by a quasi-third-rate force were also better than ordinary fourth-rate forces. Their saintstone reserves were the best in the Debussy subterranean. They could produce a large amount of third-rate saintstones. Can you really contact him and ask for his help? Han Zhengtian asked as he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. The fact that he, the leader of a fifth-rate force, lost his composure was enough to show how shocking Duan Lingtian's words were to him. Uncle Han, this matter concerns Xuanai's happiness. I don't dare to joke about it, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Moreover, it doesn't matter if you believe me for now. If you want to personally kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, it won't be too late even if you wait until the Rising Sky ranking battle ends, right? Duan Lingtian said again. Little Tian, if you can really ask your friend to help you kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion during the Rising Sky ranking battle, I'll owe you a big favor, Han Zhengtian said solemnly. Uncle Han, you're treating me like an outsider. This is what I should do. Xuanai has helped me a lot back then, and I've long regarded her as my biological sister. I don't need anything in return for helping my biological sister, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. I'm treating you like an outsider. Han Zhengtian nodded. After Han Zhengtian left, Han Xuanai immediately went up to Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, Brother Lingtian, what did my father say to you? It's so mysterious. Nothing much. He just wanted to discuss with me to see if there's any way I can help you get through this difficult time. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai lovingly. Brother Lingtian, this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Han Xuanai smiled wryly. In fact, she had already accepted her fate to a certain extent. For the sake of her father, and the Greenwave Han Mansion, she was prepared to sacrifice herself. We'll only know if it's as simple as that. Xuanai, Brother Lingtian will be leaving soon. Take good care of yourself. Perhaps, when you see Brother Lingtian again, the problem you're facing now will be solved. Duan Lingtian said to Han Xuanai. Brother Lingtian, you're leaving? Chapter 1658. Han Xuanai really wanted to say that she hoped Duan Lingtian could stay by her side before she married into the Rising Sky Mansion. Apex novel. However, she could not bring herself to say it. Could she tell her big brother Lingtian that she had already resigned herself to her fate? Xuanai, the reason I'm leaving this time is because I really have something important to do. Don't worry, big brother Lingtian will come back for you sooner or later. Duan Lingtian smiled at Han Xuanai and bade her farewell before he left. Naturally, before he left, he also asked Han Xuanai to turn around and bid farewell to Little Black, Little Gold, and Little White. After all, he did not meet the three little fellows this time. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Duan Lingtian's departure caused Han Xuanai to be filled with disappointment. Originally, she thought her big brother Ling Tian would be able to accompany her through this torturous year. It did not cross her mind that her big brother Ling Tian had to leave first because he had something to attend to. Naturally, she did not blame her big brother Ling Tian in her heart. She believed her big brother Ling Tian would not leave her at this time unless he really had something to attend to. Han Xiu and I trusted Duan Ling Tian almost blindly. Now that Duan Ling Tian had left, the group of people led by the Supreme Elder of Green Wave Han Mansion, Han Xian, heaved a sigh of relief. In this way, they did not have to worry about Han Xiu and I's reputation being tarnished. They did not have to worry about the Rising Sky Mansion taking their anger out on the Green Wave Han Mansion, or even them. The mansion master just went to visit the eldest miss, and that person left just like that. It seems like the mansion master is still very worried that the Rising Sky Mansion will take their anger out on the Green Wave Han Mansion. Han Ke looked at Han Xian and smiled. No matter what, he's still the mansion master of Green Wave Han Mansion. It's impossible for him to anger the Rising Sky Mansion just because of an unfamiliar young man. Han Xian was not surprised by this at all. Supreme Elder, now that person has left the Green Wave Han Mansion, should we? As Han Ke spoke, he made a kill gesture. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Since he has already left, there's no need to create more problems. Han Xian waved his hand and said, he is just an insignificant figure. Of course, the reason why Han Xian said that was because he did not know that the person who killed his grandson was a subordinate of the young man's father. Otherwise, he would not have let Duan Ling Tian go. He might even take action himself. On the other hand, when the Green Wave Han Mansion's mansion master, Han Zhengtian, found out that Duan Ling Tian had left the Green Wave Han Mansion, he was also a little agitated. I hope little Tian's friend really has the strength to defeat the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion and kill him. In that case, there's no need for me to make a move, and the Green Wave Han Mansion won't be implicated. Han Zhengtian thought. Of course, this was the best outcome. He had also prepared for the worst. If Duan Ling Tian's friend could not kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he would have no choice but to make a move himself. At that time, he would not care about the safety of the Green Wave Han Mansion and his own safety anymore. He only hoped that his daughter would be able to live a happy and carefree life. It did not cross Han Zhengtian's mind that Duan Ling Tian's friend, who seemed to be from a quasi-third-rate force, was actually fabricated by Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he was not lying when he said he wanted the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion to die in the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, the person who would make a move was not the friend he made up, but himself. He did not say it out loud because he thought Han Zhengtian would not believe him if he said he was confident he could kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion in a year's time. After all, in Han Zhengtian's opinion, he was just a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator not long ago. Even if he could kill a Saint stage powerhouse, he would only kill a pristine Saint stage powerhouse who had just broken through to the pristine Saint stage. The difference between a pristine Saint stage powerhouse and a refined Saint stage powerhouse was like heaven and earth. Therefore, it was impossible for Han Zhengtian to think he could kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion in a year's time. In fact, it was not only Han Zhengtian who thought it was impossible. Even Duan Ling Tian was not completely confident he could kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. During his conversation with Han Zhengtian, he had also learned about some of the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. In the Rising Sky ranking battle, even Saint weapons were not allowed, let alone Dao talismans and other external forces. Since Saint weapons were not allowed, it meant Saint inscriptions were not allowed as well. In other words, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to use the Jasper Celestial Sword in the Rising Sky ranking battle a year later. In fact, ever since Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the Saint stage a few days ago, he was confident he could kill a refined Saint stage powerhouse with the Jasper Celestial Sword. If he channeled all his strength into the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was confident he could even kill a powerhouse at the peak of the refined Saint stage. Moreover, it was said that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion might only be at the intermediate refined Saint stage. With the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Lingtian would only need to channel 20% of his true origin to kill an intermediate refined Saint Stage Martial, or Dao Cultivator. To be more precise, he only needed to channel 20% of his Sun true origin. A few days ago, after he had successfully broken through the last shackle and broken through to the Saint Stage, the true energy in his body had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The benefits of Elder's help in enlightening him were beginning to show. First of all, his true origin had transformed into the Sun true origin. It was much more powerful than an ordinary true origin. It even felt like it was a level higher than the true origin of an ordinary pristine Saint Stage Martial, or Dao Cultivator. Currently, he could easily defeat an ordinary pristine Saint Stage powerhouse with just his true origin. Even if he faced a powerhouse at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage, he was confident he could defeat him if he unleashed his full strength without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, it was still impossible for him to defeat an early refined Saint Stage powerhouse since he had just broken through to the Saint Stage. He was still not familiar with the Sun true origin in his body. Once he familiarized himself with the Sun true origin in his body, he would be able to use it as though it was his own arm. At that time, he was confident he would be able to fight an early refined Saint Stage powerhouse without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. At that time, an early refined Saint Stage Martial, or Dao Cultivator who was slightly weaker might not be a match for him. After all, his advantage was not only limited to the Sun true origin, he also had a powerful fleshly body, the Strange Pupil, and the Sovereign Heart Sword. Naturally, since the Sovereign Heart Sword was still at the first stage, it did not have much of an advantage compared to the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactics cultivated by Saint Stage powerhouses. I still have a year. No, I should say 5 years. Even if I deduct the time I have to go to the Rising Sky Mansion, I still have more than 4 years. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, as his eyes shone brightly. Indeed, although the Rising Sky ranking battle would be held a year later, to Duan Lingtian who possessed the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, a year in the outside world was equivalent to 5 years in the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Even if he deducted the time he had to travel, he still had more than 4 years. Due to this reason and the fact that he had plenty of time, he was so confident in front of Han Zhengtian. Naturally, although he had plenty of time, he did not dare to be careless. No matter what, Han Zhengtian was the young master of a 4th-rate force. Even if he did not have any saint inscriptions or Dao talismans to rely on, he would still be stronger than an ordinary martial, or Dao cultivator, at the same level. Chapter 1659. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. He did not lie when he told Han Zhengtian that he had a friend from a quasi-third-rate force. This was because the Azure Cloud Mansion his father controlled was one of the quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy Subterranean. The Azure Cloud Mansion was much more powerful than the Rising Sky Mansion. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian did not know his father was the leader of a quasi-third-rate force. Otherwise, all he had to do was inform his father, and it would only take a word from his father to cancel the engagement between Han Xuanai and the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. When Duan Lingtian left the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate and even the Greenwave Han Mansion district, a shocking piece of news spread to the Greenwave Han Mansion from the direction of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. It also shocked everyone in the Greenwave Han Mansion district. The Devil Seal Tablet, one of the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, had actually appeared. Moreover, it was in the hands of a Duan Lingtian, an eminent Saint Stage martial cultivator. For a time, the name Duan Lingtian swept through the entire Greenwave Han Mansion district along with the Devil Seal Tablet, causing everyone in the Greenwave Han Mansion district to know about this name. The legendary Devil Seal Tablet has actually appeared? That's right. It's said that it appeared in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion in the hands of an eminent Saint Stage martial cultivator. With the help of the Devil Seal Tablet, he can even kill a pristine Saint Stage Devil Cultivator instantly. An eminent Saint Stage Devil Cultivator instantly killed a pristine Saint Stage Devil Cultivator. Looks like the legend is true. The Devil Seal tablet does have a shocking ability to restrain devil cultivators. If I can obtain the Devil Seal tablet, even a refined Saint Stage devil cultivator won't be a match for me. Humph! How can a mere eminent Saint Stage guy possess the Devil Seal tablet? If I know where he is, I'll immediately rush over to kill him and snatch the Devil Seal tablet away. Stop dreaming! Even if I want to kill him, it won't be your turn. Similar discussions were rampant in the Green Wave Han Mansions district. As long as one knew the meaning of the Devil Seal tablet, there was not a single person who did not want to obtain it. A portion of people knew their place and were only watching this matter with the mentality of watching a good show. A portion of the people did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, clamoring to find Duan Lingtian and seize the demon's sealing tombstone from him. Meanwhile, more and more people began to pay attention to the imminent Saint Stage martial cultivator called Duan Lingtian. As the news continued to spread from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, the Green Wave Han Mansion was once again in an uproar. Duan Lingtian was a young genius martial cultivator who was not even 40 years old. With his cultivation base at the imminent Saint Stage, he managed to kill the strongest person on the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's heaven ranking who had broken through to the Saint Stage. Then, he even used the Devil Seal tablet's mysterious technique to deceive everyone present, and successfully escaped from the scene. That Duan Lingtian is not even 40 years old? He's not even 40 years old, but he already possesses the Devil Seal tablet. Not only that, but he's actually so strong to be able to kill a Saint Stage powerhouse with his cultivation base at the imminent Saint Stage. Moreover, his opponent was not even a devil cultivator. Although the strongest person on the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's heaven ranking had just broken through to the Saint Stage, he's still at the Saint Stage. The difference between the Saint Stage and the non-Saint Stage is like heaven and earth. This is an ironclad rule in the Dao martial Saint land. However, he managed to kill a Saint Stage powerhouse with his cultivation base at the imminent Saint Stage. Moreover, it was an instant kill. Unbelievable. I think he might have used a very high-grade Dao talisman. That Dao talisman could be combined with his true energy to form a sword technique to kill Lin Dong. That's possible. However, he's just someone from a sixth-rate Saint nation under the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. How could he have such a high-grade Dao talisman? Humph! Don't forget that he even has the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet is a super saint weapon that even powerhouses who have surpassed the eminent Saint Stage would covet. As time went by, some of the things that Duan Lingtian did in the Windfall Nation in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion were also dug out. At once, Duan Lingtian's name spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. In the Green Wave Han Mansion's estate, Han Zhengtian, who had heard the news that was spreading outside, could not help but feel his heart tremble even though he was already mentally prepared. Although he had believed Duan Lingtian's words before this, he was still shocked. However, when the news reached his ears from the outside world, it gave him a completely different feeling. Perhaps he'll really be able to help our Green Wave Han Mansion get through this difficult time, Han Zhengtian muttered to himself. When Han Zhengtian learned about the news that was spreading outside, naturally, Han Xuanai had also heard about it. When she heard about it, she was very disappointed. It had been quite some time since Duan Lingtian left. She was in a bad mood because of his departure, but she had already recovered a little during this period of time. Now that the news about Duan Lingtian had spread, she could not help but be reminded of her brother Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, you must come back to see me before I get married. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see you again in the future. At some point in time, tears welled up in Han Xuanai's eyes. She had long heard about the reputation of the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. She knew that he was a complete good-for-nothing rich kid. Apart from being a womanizer, he was also extremely domineering and possessive. Usually, he would use a method close to house arrest to prevent his wives and concubines from leaving his mansion, let alone the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Due to this reason, once she got married, she might not be able to leave. If she could not leave, naturally, she would not be able to see her brother Lingtian. At this moment, Han Shu and I did not know that her brother Ling Tian had already entered the district around the Rising Sky Mansion and was about to enter the Rising Sky Mansion soon. As a fourth-rate force in the WCI subterranean, the Rising Sky Mansion was so powerful that it was only inferior to a few quasi-third-rate forces. Although such a force did not deliberately expand its territory, those fifth-rate forces would sensibly offer a large amount of saint stones every 10 years to curry favor with it in a large area with it as the center. Due to this reason, with the Rising Sky Mansion as the center, the vast area surrounding the three fifth-rate forces was known as the Rising Sky Mansion District. Of course, the Green Wave Han Mansion was not in the Rising Sky Mansion District. The district where the Green Wave Han Mansion was located was the district of another fourth-rate force. However, although the Green Wave Han Mansion would also pay tribute to the fourth-rated force with saint stones every 10 years, the fourth-rated force would not care about the life and death of the Green Wave Han Mansion. The only thing it could do was to not touch the Green Wave Han Mansion. As for whether the Green Wave Han Mansion would be annihilated or not, it did not care at all. If one Green Wave Han Mansion fell, naturally, another Green Wave Han Mansion would rise. This was a world where the strong were revered. This was how cruel and realistic it was. The Rising Sky Mansion District is right in front. Duan Lingtian, who was flying on his flying sword, muttered to himself as he glanced at the mountain range in front of him. After the mountain range, it was the Rising Sky Mansion District. The Rising Sky Mansion District was adjacent to the district of the fourth-rate force above the Green Wave Han Mansion. However, the district where Duan Lingtian was currently located did not belong to the Green Wave Han Mansion. Instead, it belonged to another fifth-rate force. Chapter 1660. Rising Sky Mansion. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave as soon as he entered the Rising Sky Mansion's district on his flying sword. Due to the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he did not have a good impression of the Rising Sky Mansion. If he was strong enough, he would have charged into the Rising Sky Mansion and wreaked havoc before killing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion in front of everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion. Strength. Let alone the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'm still too weak even in the WCI subterranean. Duan Lingtian sighed helplessly. With his current cultivation base, even if he stabilized his Sun True Origin and used the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would only be able to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage at most. He would not be a match for an eminent saint stage powerhouse even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword. As a fourth-rate force, not only did the Rising Sky Mansion have eminent saint stage powerhouses, but they even had powerhouses who had surpassed the eminent saint stage. Currently, even if he charged into the Rising Sky Mansion with the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand, he would be killed before he could even kill a few people. After entering the Rising Sky Mansion's district, Duan Lingtian inquired about some matters related to the Rising Sky ranking battle. Then, he found a quiet and remote valley and dug a concealed cave before he stayed there. Naturally, he stayed in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As for him, he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After asking around, he found out that although the Rising Sky ranking battle would only officially begin a year later, it had been the hottest topic in the Rising Sky Mansion's district since 6 months ago. The Rising Sky ranking would change its ranking every 50 years. It was a great honor to be able to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. As long as one could be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, no matter how mediocre one was, from the moment one was ranked in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, it was destined that one's name would spread throughout the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Even the few fourth-rate forces around the Rising Sky Mansion would be talking about one's name. Due to this reason, the Rising Sky ranking was a great way for a grassroots to rise up. Not only that, but as long as you're able to enter the Rising Sky ranking and prove your strength, you'll also be invited by the Rising Sky Mansion. As long as you were willing, you could join the Rising Sky Mansion and become a genius disciple there. You could even be nurtured by the Rising Sky Mansion and soar into the sky. In the history of the Rising Sky Mansion, most of the powerhouses who came out of the Rising Sky Mansion were once ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. For this reason, The Rising Sky ranking was the most sacred ranking in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Although there was still more than a year before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, there was already a wave of anticipation in the Rising Sky Mansions district for the Rising Sky ranking battle. I can't believe the people in the Rising Sky Mansions district value the Rising Sky ranking so much. No wonder the Rising Sky Mansion set up a rule that only disciples who have entered the Rising Sky ranking are qualified to become the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. The Rising Sky rankings is undoubtedly the best touchstone, and only by successfully passing the test of this touchstone can one be considered a qualified genius. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. On the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. His mind was completely immersed in his cultivation. At some point in time, his body was suddenly emitting a golden glow. As time passed by, the golden brilliance grew brighter and brighter. It was as though it had transformed into a blazing sun that was hovering low in the sky. The reason it had such an effect was because Duan Lingtian had activated the Sun True Origin in his body. Once the Sun True Origin was released, it would display some characteristics that only the blazing sun had. While Duan Lingtian was consolidating his cultivation base at the early pristine saint stage and the Sun True Origin in his body, in the distant Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffin had also received news about Duan Lingtian. Devil Seal Tablet? After learning that his son had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, even Duan Ruffin could not help but narrow his eyes. He was very familiar with the Devil Seal Tablet. Moreover, the reason he had never returned and was separated from his wife and son was all because of the Devil Seal Tablet and the powerful soul sealed in the Devil Seal Tablet. The owner of the powerful soul was an extremely terrifying devil cultivator. It was also because of him that Duan Ruffin was who he was today. However, Duan Ruffin did not feel grateful to him at all. There was only resentment because the other party had always wanted to possess his body. If it was not for his strong will, his body would have long been snatched away by the other party. In this case, Tiana was the one who caused He Ming's main soul to be destroyed? Duan Rufing's eyes lit up immediately. He was completely unaware of this. Although he knew where the Devil Seal Tablet was, he did not dare to go near the Devil Seal Tablet if he was not confident, since he was a devil cultivator. Who knew if the Devil Seal Tablet would suppress him or not? He knew very well how powerful He Ming who wanted to possess his body was. It was only a part of He Ming's soul that made him who he was today. If it was not a part of He Ming's soul that escaped but his main soul, at that time my soul would have been destroyed by him and my body would have become his. When he thought of this, Duan Ruffin felt a little relieved. In the past, it was because He Ming's main soul was still suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet that he was able to survive and achieve what he had today. At that time, when He Ming's main soul was destroyed, it affected the part of his soul and allowed him to completely regain control of his body. At that time, he knew that something had happened to the Devil Seal Tablet. It was very likely that someone had touched the Devil Seal Tablet and activated the tablet's power to completely suppress and kill He Ming before his main soul could attack him. However, he did not expect that person to be his son, Duan Lingtian. That black nether strength was incomparably powerful, and his main soul was naturally extremely domineering. Back then, I was curious about who could block Black Nether's main soul and even use the Devil Seal Tablet to suppress and kill Black Nether's main soul. My son! Duan Ruffing sighed in his heart. It could be said that whoever obtained the Devil Seal Tablet would be the one who saved him. Otherwise, he might still be fighting with He Ming's soul for control of his body. It would be impossible for him to return to Cloud Continent and reunite with his wife and son. He had always been curious about who his benefactor was, but he did not expect it to be his son. However, Tianer's current situation is a little troublesome. When he thought of his son's current situation, Duan Ruffin could not help but frown. It won't be long before the entire Debussy subterranean wants to find Tian and seize the Devil Seal Tablet in his hands. When he found out that his son had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, Duan Ruffin also knew that his son was targeted by various powerhouses. Chapter 1661. As a fourth-rate force in the Dow Marshall St. Land, the Rising Sky Mansions estate was much bigger than the Green Wave Han Mansions estate. If the Green Wave Han Mansions estate was like a small country, the Rising Sky Mansions estate was like a huge country. In that case, the Rising Sky Mansions estate was more like a big country that stretched as far as the eye could see. However, silhouettes could be seen everywhere, causing the entire Rising Sky Mansions estate to be bustling with life. Meanwhile, in this Rising Sky Mansion that was brimming with vitality and blooming flowers, an extremely discordant scene was happening in an inconspicuous mansion. The slightly dilapidated mansion was filled with spider webs. It looked as though no one had been here for a long time. However, if one looked closely, one would notice that there were no traces of spider webs on the east side of the mansion at all. It was as though someone had purposely opened up a path that led directly to the door of the master bedroom of the mansion. At the door of the master bedroom stood a young man like a door god. This young man's back was slightly hunched, and he looked like a rat. With just one look, one could tell he was not a good person. And no! And no! At this moment, a weak cry resonated from the master bedroom. Based on the cry alone, one could tell it was a woman. After a while, the woman's cry stopped abruptly as though it had never appeared before. Get rid of her! As soon as the woman's cry disappeared, a deep voice resonated from inside again. The moment the voice resonated, it jolted the hunchbacked young man. He immediately turned around, opened the door, and walked into the master bedroom. There was a withered corpse lying on the floor of the master bedroom. If one looked closely, one could vaguely tell it was a woman's dried corpse. Steam was still rising from the dried corpse. It was obvious she had just died not long ago. Behind the dried corpse was a bed. A young man with a wicked expression was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Wisps of black mist that was mixed with blood were rising from his body. As time passed, the mist was absorbed into his body. At the same time, one could see the wicked young man's face was flushed red. It was as though the black mist that was mixed with blood was a great supplement to him. At this moment, the young man opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as lightning as he stared at the hunchbacked young man who walked in. Young mansion master! The hunchbacked young man was so frightened that his face turned pale when he was stared at by the wicked young man. His body trembled before he fell to the ground. I'm sorry, young mansion master. I didn't mean to. Seeing the strange young man frown, the hunchbacked young man got up from the ground in a panic. As he crawled, he extended his hand to grab the dried corpse. After lifting the dried corpse, he hurriedly left the room and closed the door behind him. It was as if the nefarious youth was some kind of scourge. After the hunchbacked young man left, the mischievous young man finally relaxed his frown. At the same time, he muttered to himself, in the next 10 months, as long as I can get enough young women, with the help of the devouring dark devil technique, I'll be able to break through to the mastery refined saint stage at the very least before the Rising Sky ranking battle begins. If there are enough virgins among those young women, it's not impossible for them to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage when the Rising Sky ranking starts. As he muttered to this point, the young man's eyes shone brightly like the bright stars in the night sky. 10 months later, the first place of the Rising Sky ranking is destined to be mine. The eyes of the evil-looking young man grew increasingly brighter. At the same time, the words that he spoke were filled with confidence, incomparable confidence. Su Jing! This young man with a wicked expression was none other than the son of the current mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. He was also the person who was going to marry the eldest miss of Green Wave Han Mansion, Han Xuanai. However, based on his words earlier, it seemed like he had cultivated the devil technique, the devouring dark devil technique. There were many devil cultivators in the Dow Marshall Saint Land, and there were many devil cultivation methods as well. Perhaps nobody had heard of ordinary devil techniques. However, when it came to the devouring dark devil technique, almost all Marshall and Dow cultivators who were slightly knowledgeable would know about it. Although the devouring dark devil technique was not widely known, everyone in the Dow Marshall Saint Land knew about it because it had once created a powerful devil cultivator. Many years ago, after a martial cultivator with an ordinary aptitude cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, his strength skyrocketed. It only took him a few decades to transform from a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator from a ninth-rate force to a peerless powerhouse who could annihilate a fourth-rate force. It shocked the entire Debussy subterranean. If it was only his later achievements, he was worthy of praise from everyone in the Debussy subterranean. However, after some investigation, it was discovered that he had cultivated a devil cultivation method called the devouring dark devil technique that allowed him to raise his strength to such a level in such a short time. Once one cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, they would have to devour the vital essence and blood of young women every once in a while. If they did not do so, they would suffer a backlash. If there was a large amount of vital essence and blood from young women, the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique would be able to raise his cultivation base rapidly in a short time. For this kind of devil cultivator, there were no bottlenecks on the path of martial arts. As long as there was enough chi and blood from young women, his cultivation could rise to an extremely exaggerated level in a short period of time, to an unbelievable extent. Moreover, there was no limit to one's innate talent in the martial Tao. Ever since the cultivation method of the devouring dark devil technique was exposed, it set off a huge uproar in the Debussy subterranean. Countless martial and Tao cultivators were terrified, and at the same time, many powerhouses were enraged. These powerhouses included some of the top powerhouses from quasi-third-rate forces. In the end, the top powerhouses from quasi-third-rate forces and some of the hidden powerhouses from the Debussy subterranean publicly stood up and tried to surround the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. They intended to attack and kill him together. That battle was so intense that even the sun and moon seemed to dim in the face of it. The top powerhouses from the Debussy subterranean joined forces and paid the price of 3 of their lives to severely injure the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. However, they did not manage to kill him. This was because there was an escaped secret tactic in the devouring dark devil technique that required a huge price to pay and successfully saved his life. In the end, the devil cultivator who had escaped had vanished without a trace in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, never to appear again. Many people said that he must have gone to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 1662. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were many devil techniques that could be cultivated by devouring blood essence. However, the improvement was not that great. Moreover, there were many other requirements. For example, there was the mystical dark devil technique that only differed from the devouring dark devil technique by one word. The mystical dark devil technique was a devil technique that was widely spread in the Dao Martial Saint Land. As long as the devil cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land were willing, they would have a chance to obtain it. The mystical dark devil technique was usually cultivated by devouring the blood essence of a virgin. However, the improvement was not as great as the devouring dark devil technique. Moreover, if the woman was not a virgin, no matter how young she was, it would be useless to devour her blood essence. Let alone the Debussy subterranean, the devouring dark devil technique was a top-notch devil technique even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique because of a fortuitous encounter 3 years ago. At that time, he had accidentally entered a place and obtained the devouring dark devil technique. Moreover, he found out that the person who left the devouring dark devil technique behind was the powerful devil cultivator back then. Others might not know much about the powerful devil cultivator back then, but as the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he knew a lot about him. This was because one of the top powerhouses from the quasi-third-rate force who had participated in the annihilation of the devil cultivator was from the Rising Sky Mansion. At that time, the Rising Sky Mansion was not a fourth-rate force, but a quasi-third-rate force. The reason the Rising Sky Mansion could become a quasi-third-rate force was due to the existence of that powerhouse. Unfortunately, that powerhouse from the Rising Sky Mansion had unfortunately died in that battle. Due to that, the Rising Sky Mansion had lost the top powerhouse from the Debussy subterranean. In the beginning, Due to their respect for the Rising Sky Mansion's powerhouse's contribution to the WCI subterranean, many people knew the Rising Sky Mansion was no longer qualified to be a quasi-third-rate force after losing that powerhouse. However, none of the forces had any opinion about it. However, as time passed, a few generations of people were replaced. At that time, the Rising Sky Mansion's powerhouse's contribution to the WCI subterranean gradually faded away. Not many people in the future cared about him anymore. At that time, those top powerhouses and old men had also gone to the upper province of the Down Marshall Saint Land one after another. This caused the Rising Sky Mansion that had not produced a top powerhouse from the WCI subterranean for several generations to fall into a precarious situation. Finally, one day, a fourth-rate force that had given birth to a top powerhouse from the WCI subterranean invaded the Rising Sky Mansion, intending to replace the Rising Sky Mansion and become a quasi-third-rate force. All of the Rising Sky Mansion's powerhouses had made their move, but none of them was a match for the powerhouse from that force. For a time, the Rising Sky Mansion had no choice but to admit defeat and obediently hand over one of the best Saintstone reserves in the WCI subterranean. Then, it moved to the original estate of that force and had been passed down ever since. Every generation of mansion masters of the Rising Sky Mansion had the same dream, and that was to restore the glory of the Rising Sky Mansion. Unfortunately, a long time had passed. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was able to maintain its current position, due to the fact that no top powerhouse from the WCI subterranean was born, it was naturally unable to become a quasi-third-rate force again. When I become the mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, I'll definitely make it the most powerful force in the WCI subterranean. Su Jing's eyes gleamed brightly as he muttered to himself. The reason he dared to say so was because he had the Devouring Dark Devil technique in his hands. The Devouring Dark Devil technique was undoubtedly a taboo in the Rising Sky Mansion. Under normal circumstances, as the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, the first thing Su Jing would do after obtaining the Devouring Dark Devil technique was to hand it over to the Rising Sky Mansion so that they could destroy it. After all, the person who had destroyed the Rising Sky Mansion was the owner of this devil technique. However, due to his greed for the power of the Devouring Dark Devil technique, Su Jing had made up his mind and kept it. In the beginning, although he had kept the Devouring Dark Devil technique, he did not cultivate it because he could not make up his mind. It was not until a few months ago that a piece of news spread out in the Rising Sky Mansion's district that he finally made up his mind. To others, this piece of news did not mean much. Even if Su Jing, who did not obtain the Devouring Dark Devil technique previously, was dissatisfied, he would not think too much about it. However, to Su Jing, who had already obtained the Devouring Dark Devil technique, this piece of news was undoubtedly a huge blow. Our young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion should be able to enter the top 3 of the Rising Sky ranking and be ranked 3rd. I think so too. After all, in our Rising Sky Mansion, the strongest martial and Dao cultivators below the age of 50 are the Flowery Monk and Jingsu Zi. It's hard to say who's stronger, but both of them are much stronger than the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. I agree that the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion is not as strong as the Flowery Monk and Jingsu Zi. However, I don't think it's possible for him to be ranked 3rd in the Rising Sky ranking. In fact, apart from the Flowery Monk and Jingsu Zi, among the powerhouses below the age of 50 in our Rising Sky Mansion's district, there's another person who's very strong. Are you talking about Zhonggu? That's him. In fact, when our young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion was still at the peak of the pristine saint stage, Zhonggu was already stronger than him. However, he broke through to the refined saint stage first. For this reason, in the eyes of others, he's stronger than Zhonggu, who has yet to break through to the refined saint stage. However, I've received news that Zhonggu has also broken through. Zhonggu has broken through? In that case, he might really be a threat to young mansion master Su. This news was the reason why Su Jing was so determined to cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique. Although he was the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, one had to admit that he was very unlucky. In the same era, there were two people with higher innate talent than him in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. They were the Flowery Monk and Jingsu Zi. When the three of them were not even 40 years old, they were already in the top 3 of the heaven ranking in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. The Flowery Monk and Jingsu Zi's rankings had changed many times, but they still occupied the first and second places. Su Jing could only settle for the third place. It was not that he did not think about advancing further, but he was not a match for the Flowery Monk and Jingsu Zi at all. He had challenged them many times, but he had been defeated many times. As for Zhonggu, although he was about the same age as them, he did not challenge anyone on the heaven ranking before he was 40 years old. Due to this reason, he was unknown. It was only until a few years later that Su Jing, the Flowery Monk, and Jingsu Zi had faded out of the heaven ranking due to their age that Su Jing and Zhonggu had a conflict. At that time, both of them were at the peak of the pristine saint stage, but when they really fought, Su Jing was slightly inferior, and Zhonggu defeated him by a narrow margin. At that time, apart from the Flowery Monk and Jingsu Zi, there was also Zhonggu who stood above Su Jing. It was only when he had broken through to the refined saint stage that Zhonggu finally disappeared. However, when the news came, Zhonggu, this mountain, once again appeared above him. When the 3 mountains joined together, they pressured him so much that he could barely breathe. At this moment, he recalled the Devouring Dark Devil technique and how powerful the original owner of the Devouring Dark Devil technique was. Ever since then, he had stepped into a quagmire and could not get out of it. In the end, he could not resist the temptation of the Devouring Dark Devil technique and decided to cultivate it. Naturally, if he wanted to cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique, he would have to sacrifice a large number of young women. Due to this reason, he and his lackey, the hunchback young man, began to roam around looking for young women to capture and bring to this place for him to cultivate. After he cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique, he could feel the changes in his cultivation base every time he devoured the vital blood and vital essence of young women. After he tasted the sweetness, he could not stop himself. Naturally, due to the irreconcilable enmity between the Rising Sky Mansion and the original owner of the Devouring Dark Devil technique, he did not dare to expose the fact that he had cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique. If this was exposed, those old fogies in the Rising Sky Mansion would definitely not let him inherit the position of the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Not only would they not let him inherit the position, but they might even kill him who had cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique. After all, he was currently the direct disciple of the original owner of the Devouring Dark Devil technique. How could the Rising Sky Mansion let go of the direct disciple of their enemy? If I rely on the Rising Sky Mansion's resources, I might not even be able to break through to the intermediate refined saint stage when the Rising Sky ranking battle comes in 10 months. Even if I manage to break through, I'll only be stronger than Zhonggu at most. I won't be able to defeat the Flowery Monk and Jingsu Zi at all, Su Jing muttered to himself. However, after I cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique, I'll definitely be able to break through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage. It's not impossible for me to break through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage. As long as I have enough virgins, I'll be able to break through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage in 10 months. Young Mansion Master, it's done. At this moment, a voice resonated from outside the door. It was the hunchback young man who had returned. Creak! As Su Jing left the bed like a gust of wind, the door opened and he appeared in front of the hunchback young man, giving him a fright. Come with me. We'll come back when the Rising Sky ranking battle is about to begin, Su Jing said indifferently. The hunchback young man nodded. Young Mansion Master, you're planning to cultivate outside? The hunchback young man's eyes lit up as he felt excited. He could not help but feel excited. As long as the young Mansion Master went out to cultivate, he would not have to worry about being discovered when he abducted so many young women to the Rising Sky Mansion. If the fact that the young Mansion Master cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique was exposed, not only would the young Mansion Master be in trouble, but he, the accomplice, would not be able to escape death as well. Yes. Su Jing nodded nonchalantly and left with the hunchback young man to cultivate outside. The reason why Su Jing had chosen to cultivate outside was because it would be more convenient for him to find a virgin. His current goal was to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage when the Rising Sky ranking battle began in 10 months' time. Chapter 1663. Not long after he left the Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, also heard a piece of shocking news about the Devil Seal Tablet and Duan Lingtian. The Devil Seal Tablet is one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking. It's also the only Super Saint weapon among the 10 great Super Saint weapons that can restrain devil cultivators. Why would the Devil Seal Tablet appear in the Debussy Subterranean? Su Jing frowned. His expression was slightly grave. If it was in the past, when he hadn't cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique and learned of the Devil Seal Tombstone's existence, his heart would only be filled with greed and no other emotions. However, now that he had cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique and had become a devil cultivator, he was terrified of the Devil Seal Tablet from the bottom of his heart. Even if I've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, I'm still no match for an early pristine saint stage martial or Dao cultivator who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. Su Jing muttered to himself. His expression turned grave. Young mansion master, the Devil Seal Tablet is in the hands of a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. It's not a threat to you. Moreover, there's only one Devil Seal Tablet in the entire Dao martial saint land. Those who possess the Devil Seal Tablet might not necessarily be your enemy, and they might not necessarily become your enemy. The hunchback young man stood behind Su Jing. When he heard Su Jing's muttering, he could guess what Su Jing was thinking and quickly comforted him. Upon hearing the hunchback young man's words, Su Jing's eyes lit up immediately. That's right. You're right. Let alone the fact that the Devil Seal Tablet is in the hands of a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, even if it's in the hands of a pristine saint stage martial cultivator, he might not necessarily be my enemy and might not even attack me. As the saying went, those who are closely involved cannot see clearly. After the hunchback young man's reminder, Su Jing finally came to a realization and felt much better. However, that Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator called Duan Lingtian is really lucky to be able to obtain a super saint weapon like the Devil Seal Tablet. The hunchback young man had an envious expression on his face. Humph! So what if he has the Devil Seal Tablet? It won't be long before the entire Dao martial saint land knows he has the Devil Seal Tablet. He'll either hide or be killed. Even if he's not killed, he won't dare to use it easily. Su Jing snorted. However, there was a hint of jealousy in his tone. The fortuitous encounter of the Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator named Duan Lingtian made him envious to a certain extent. At this moment, it did not cross Su Jing's mind that the owner of the Devil Seal Tablet, Duan Lingtian, whom he thought might not necessarily be his enemy, had actually come to the Rising Sky Mansion's district for him. Not only that, but he even planned to kill him in one fell swoop during the Rising Sky ranking battle that would be held 10 months later. While Su Jing and his lackeys were wantonly searching for young girls, especially virgins, Duan Lingtian was also working extremely hard in his cultivation. As time passed, the Sun True essence in his body had completely stabilized. Now, he could control it with ease. However, Duan Lingtian did not stop cultivating because of this. He continued to cultivate and further consolidate his early pristine saint stage cultivation base. His current goal was to successfully break through to the intermediate pristine saint stage, or even the mastery pristine saint stage, before the Rising Sky ranking battle began. During the Rising Sky ranking battle, killing Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was a promise he made to Han Xuanai's father, Han Zhengtian, the mansion master of Green Wave Han Mansion. No matter what, he had to fulfill his promise no matter how difficult it was. If I use the Jasper Celestial Sword, I'll be able to instantly kill Su Jing with my current cultivation base. Unfortunately, the Rising Sky ranking battle doesn't allow the use of saint weapons and other external forces. Without the Jasper Celestial Sword, I'll have to raise my cultivation base as high as possible if I want to defeat him. Duan Lingtian did not know when, but an obsession had arisen in his heart. It was an obsession to raise his cultivation base. Obsession was sometimes a bad thing and sometimes a good thing. At the very least, to the current Duan Lingtian, obsession was his motivation. Just for the sake of Han Xuanai, whom he treated as his biological sister, he had to fulfill his promise to Han Zhengtian. That was a man's promise. Even if the journey was difficult, even if he had to crawl his way up, he would still fulfill his promise. While Duan Lingtian was preparing for the Rising Sky ranking battle, in the faraway Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng still could not calm down. The benefactor he had guessed countless times turned out to be his son. Even Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was taken aback. However, when he thought about his son's current situation, his heart was filled with worry. He wished he could immediately send someone to look for Duan Lingtian and bring him back to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Only then would he be able to feel at ease. However, whenever this thought appeared in his mind, the Oracle Man's figure would flash before his eyes. According to the Oracle Man, he should not interfere with his son, Duan Lingtian's growth. Once he did, it might cause an unpredictable impact on his son's future. He was completely convinced by the Oracle Man, so he had never doubted the Oracle Man's words. This included this time. If it was not for the fact that he recalled the words between the Oracle Man and the Oracle Man, he would have long ordered someone to look for his son. Tian'er, I hope you'll be able to get through this. I'm still waiting for you to defeat the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju, and enter the Dragon Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Duan Rufeng muttered to himself. At the same time, a worried expression could be seen on his face. In this world, it was not only the mother who was worried about her son traveling thousands of miles, but it was the same for the father as well. For this reason, Duan Rufeng did not plan to tell his wife, Li Ro, about this matter. He knew Li Ro would not be able to take it if she found out. Li Ro's mental endurance was far inferior to his. It was not only Li Ro who did not say anything, but it was the same for Li Fei as well. Not only that, but he had even secretly ordered them to seal off any news about the Devil Seal Tablet and Duan Lingtian in the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate so Li Ro, Li Fei, and the others would not know about it. There were some things that were better left unknown. It might not be a good thing if they found out. However, even if the Azure Cloud Mansion did not make a move, it did not mean the Mountain Shade Black Market would not make a move as well. As the orders were sent out from the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, the branches of the Mountain Shade Black Market in various places in the Debussy subterranean also began to take action. The Mountain Shade Black Market spared no effort in searching for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. Chapter 1664. The Mountain Shade Black Market had made a big move. Although they had purposely blocked the news, it still spread to the Azure Cloud Mansion. What's that dude trying to do? Duan Rufeng's expression turned grave as his eyes gleamed coldly. At this moment, Duan Rufeng also found out that the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Dugu, had been watching his son even before the Devil Seal tablet in his hand was exposed. That Dugu actually knows who my son is and even has a portrait of him. Where did he get it from? Duan Rufeng was puzzled by this. However, as a thought flashed in Duan Rufeng's mind, it was easy for him to guess that this matter had something to do with the dragons. After all, he had gone to the dragons because of his son. He even has a portrait of my son. It seems like it's the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju, who's behind this. Soon after, Duan Rufeng found his target. After that, his expression turned extremely grave. He did not expect Diju to be so crazy. He had already agreed to the 5-year agreement with his son, Duan Lingtian, but he still dared to play tricks behind the scenes. However, although he was certain Diju was behind this, he did not have any evidence. For this reason, although he was furious, he did not go to the dragons to settle the score with Diju. Diju had thousands of reasons to say that this matter had nothing to do with him. After learning that the Mountain Shade Black Market had made such a big move, Duan Rufeng became even more worried about his son's safety, and became even more agitated. However, when he recalled the oracle man's stern words, he still endured it. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Duan Rufing's concern. He did not even know that his father was the mansion master of the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, in the Debussy subterranean. At the same time, Feng Tianwu, who had just entered the Green Wave Han Mansion's district, could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian's safety when she heard the news that was spreading around. "I hope elder brother Duan is safe. Elder brother Duan, where are you now?" However, after arriving at the Green Wave Han Mansion's district, Feng Tianwu did not leave in a hurry. A month later, she arrived at the Green Wave City and found out about Han Xuanai's identity. Although she had never seen Han Xuanai before, she had heard of Han Xuanai's name, her elder brother Duan, more than once, and had a rough idea of what kind of person Han Xuanai was. In the eyes of her elder brother Duan, Han Xuanai had an extraordinary origin and a mysterious identity. Feng Tianwu had heard of Han Xuanai from Duan Lingtian. Similarly, Han Xuanai had also heard of Feng Tianwu from her elder brother Lingtian. Therefore, although both of them had never seen each other before, they had long known of each other's existence. It was precisely because of this that when Feng Tianwu announced her identity and asked someone to inform Han Xuanai quickly asked someone to invite Feng Tianwu into the Green Wave Han Mansion and into her mansion. "Your sister Tianwu? I used to hear elder brother Lingtian mention you a lot." Han Xuanai was very enthusiastic in front of Feng Tianwu. "Xuanai, I also used to hear elder brother Duan mention you a lot," Feng Tianwu responded with a smile. However, she soon got to the point as she asked, "Xuanai, did your elder brother Lingtian come to look for you?" "Elder brother Lingtian came to look for Sister Feier." Han Xuanai sighed. "However, Sister Feier was taken away by someone some time ago. As for elder brother Lingtian, he also left after staying in our Green Wave Han Mansion for a month. However, I believe he'll come back to see me before that." "He definitely will." When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, she was almost mumbling to herself. "He left?" After learning that Duan Lingtian had come to the Green Wave Han Mansion, Feng Tianwu's eyes lit up. However, when she heard that Duan Lingtian had only stayed in the Green Wave Han Mansion for a month before leaving, she felt a little disappointed again. This was because this would mean that she would not be able to see her elder brother Duan again. "Xuanai, did elder brother Duan say where he went?" Feng Tianwu looked at Han Xuanai as her eyes shone brightly as she asked bluntly. "He didn't say." Han Xuanai smiled wryly. Upon seeing this, Feng Tianwu was greatly disappointed. However, the clues regarding Duan Lingtian's whereabouts were completely broken at this point. For a moment, Feng Tianwu had a feeling of not knowing where to go, and she felt powerless. Under Han Xuanai's invitation, Feng Tianwu temporarily stayed in her mansion in the Green Wave Han Mansion's estate. As for the news of another outsider coming to Han Xuanai's mansion after a few months, it quickly reached the ears of the Green Wave Han Mansion's Supreme Elder, Han Xian. However, since Feng Tianwu was a woman, he did not pay much attention to it. Time passed by quietly like water through the gaps of one's fingers. In the Rising Sky Mansions district, the discussion about the Rising Sky ranking had reached its peak as time passed by. 1 month before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, the discussion reached its peak. The entire Rising Sky Mansions district was filled with people discussing the Rising Sky ranking. In the following period of time, the hottest topic in the Rising Sky Mansions district was undoubtedly the Rising Sky ranking. A month's time was neither too long nor too short. During this 1 month's time, the place where the Rising Sky ranking battle was going to be held was a vast canyon called the Nimble Canyon. It was bustling with people and was extremely lively. The Rising Sky ranking battle was a grand event in the Rising Sky Mansions district. There was still a month's time before it began, but a group of people had already arrived, waiting for the Rising Sky ranking battle to begin. During this period of time, many martial and Dao cultivators who met the requirements from all over the Rising Sky Mansions district had also arrived. In the vast Nimble Canyon, martial and Dao cultivators could be seen sitting cross-legged as they cultivated. Some of them even sat cross-legged in the air as they cultivated. One could vaguely see the true origin circulating around their bodies. It seemed like Saint Stage powerhouses were worthless here. The people from the Rising Sky Mansion are here! When there were still 3 days before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, someone suddenly shouted and attracted many people's attention. When the crowd lifted their heads to look, they saw a group of people with extraordinary auras led by an old man had entered the Nimble Canyon. Moreover, they domineeringly occupied a corner of the Nimble Canyon, causing the martial and Tao cultivators who were cultivating there to make way for them. In the Rising Sky Mansion's district, the Rising Sky Mansion was an absolute overlord. Nobody dared to provoke them. Due to this reason, although they were enraged by the overbearing attitude of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, they did not dare to show it. That old man seems to be the 9th elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. That's right. He's the 9th elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. I've seen him before. It seems like he and the people behind him are just the Rising Sky Mansion's vanguard this time. The young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion and the others haven't arrived yet. The flowery monk and Jing Suzi haven't arrived yet either. There are still 3 days to go. There's no hurry. Chapter 1665. In the last 3 days, more and more people came to the Nimble Valley one after another. These people were either from the 5th-rate, 6th-rate, or 7th-rate forces in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. As for the people from the 8th-rate and 9th-rate forces, nobody knew who they were even if they came. Moreover, most of these people did not even dare to come. The battle between Saint Stage powerhouses not only caused a huge commotion, but the aftershock was also extremely shocking. If one's cultivation base was not high enough, and did not hide at a safe distance, one would most likely be affected. If it was light, one would be injured. If it was heavy, one would die. There were a total of 3 5th-rate forces in the Rising Sky Mansion. The Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi were from 2 of the forces. The Flowery Monk was a disciple of the 5th-rate force, the Brahma Temple. As for Jing Suzi, he was a disciple of the 5th-rate force, the Pure Young Shrine. These 2 people were also known as the most outstanding young geniuses among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Even the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion was suppressed by them. However, although many people from the Brahma Temple and the Pure Young Shrine had come, the people present did not see the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi at all. It seems like the people from the Brahma Temple and the Pure Young Shrine are also here to take the lead and occupy a good spot for the people who will come later. After all, the Rising Sky ranking battle will not last for just 1 day. The people from the various forces will need a place to rest. Apart from the 9th elder of the Rising Sky Mansion who brought his people to occupy the best spot, the Brahma Temple, the Pure Young Shrine, and another 5th-rate force also occupied 3 good spots. Those who were chased away did not dare to say anything even though they were angry. In this world where the strong were revered, the one with the bigger fist was the law. 2 days had passed, and the Rising Sky ranking battle would begin tomorrow. Due to this reason, the number of people who came gradually decreased. However, the people who came now were much more important compared to the people who came earlier. It's the Flowery Monk! And the people from the Brahma Temple! Nobody knew who cried out. His voice spread out. In the beginning, it only attracted the attention of the people around him. After all, the Nimble Valley was not small. Even if his voice was not soft, it still could not spread out in the entire Nimble Valley. However, as he and the people around him stared into the distance, the others also noticed the abnormality and followed their gazes. He saw a group of people coming from afar. The leader was a bald old man in a golden kasaya. He had a pair of white eyebrows and a long white goatee on his chin. He walked slowly in the air, showing a different temperament, giving people an unfathomable feeling. It's the abbot of Brahma Temple, Great Master VCI. Soon, someone recognized the old monk and exclaimed in a low voice. The abbot of the Brahma Temple was also the leader of the Brahma Temple. He was a supreme existence in the Brahma Temple. And behind the abbot of Brahma Temple were 4 people. 3 of them were old monks. They wore silver kasayas and each of them looked old. They gave off an otherworldly feeling and were clearly not ordinary old monks. Standing beside the three old monks in silver cassocks was a young monk in a red cassock. His appearance was average, and he was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, the fact that he was able to stand beside the three old monks in silver cassocks, who clearly had extraordinary statuses, was enough to show that he was not simple. This young monk was none other than the strongest person among the middle-aged generation in the Brahma temple, the flowery monk. The reason he was called the flowery monk was that he liked to womanize and did not abide by the Brahma temple's rules at all. Of course, although he liked to womanize, he never forced women. He would only touch those women who were dead set on him, and were willing to give up everything for him. Due to this reason, although his reputation in the Rising Sky Mansions district was not good, it was not bad either. If it was an ordinary Brahma temple's disciple who violated the rules, the lightest punishment would be caned and punished. The most severe punishment would be expulsion from the Brahma temple. The flowery monk was undoubtedly an exception. Apart from the fact that his master was the abbot of the Brahma temple, it was more because of his innate talent in the martial Tao that made everyone in the Brahma temple admire him. Due to this reason, even if he violated the rules, nobody would say anything. Could it be that they would expel him? In fact, the flowery monk was the person with the highest innate talent in the martial Tao ever since the Brahma temple was established. It was very likely that he would lead the Brahma temple to become a fourth-rate force in the future. It was normal for such a person to have some privileges in the Brahma temple. It's the Brahma temple's three great guardian. The flowery monk was not unfamiliar to most of the people in the Nimble Valley. This was because he usually did not stay in the Brahma temple and liked to wander around the Rising Sky Mansions district. Moreover, his whereabouts were high profile, so most of the people in the Rising Sky Mansions district recognized him. Even if they had not seen him in person, they had more or less seen his portrait, so they could recognize him. However, only a few people recognized the three old monks wearing silver kasayas next to him. The Brahma temple's three great guardian was second only to the abbot and the supreme elder in the Brahma temple. Everyone in the Rising Sky Mansions district knew how powerful they were. However, since they rarely appeared in front of people, not many people recognized them. The three of them were quite powerful individually. If they joined forces, their strength was not inferior to the abbot of the Brahma temple. They're the Brahma temple's three great guardian, Hui Feng, Hui Yun, and Hui Hua. That's right. That's them. It's said that they'd been cultivating together since they joined the sect. After hundreds of years of interaction, they have a tacit understanding with each other and can perform extremely powerful joint attacks. I've heard about it as well. It's said that when the three of them join forces, their strength is not inferior to the abbot of the Brahma temple. Even if the three of them don't join forces, they're still top-notch powerhouses in the Brahma temple. It seems like the Brahma temple values the Rising Sky ranking battle a lot. Not only did the abbot come personally, but even the three great guardian came as well. Everyone in the Nimble Valley discussed among themselves. On the other hand, the group of old and middle-aged monks behind the five of them were ignored by the others. Naturally, after a while, there were still people who recognized these monks. These monks were basically the Brahma temple's elders. A few of them had higher strength and status in the Brahma temple compared to the Brahma temple's elders who had come to the Nimble Valley a few days ago. Since the Brahma temple's elder had come as the leader a few days ago, he had also received a lot of attention from the people present on the scene. Since they had come together with the abbot, the three great guardian, and the flowery monk, they were more like green leaves while the flowery monk and the other four were like red flowers. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.